fake chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Hey, you guys, it's Mo, your conductress on the Petty Express, and we have made, as your, conductress and, well, the leader, uh, I have decided that we are just going to cruise through the defense. At this point, they add nothing to this. I've kind of speed watched it and looked at comments, and no, they simply restate what the state says. So we might actually get through 2 days depending on how quickly the state goes today. But I have decided that unless the defense gets yelled at, it's not worth even attempting to listen to them.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Very good. Everyone be seated. By a show of hands, anybody do a snow angel this weekend? Thank you. Anybody else? Nothing? All right, you're playing the snow? All right. I know it's not a lot, but thank you for all coming back. I realize it was a longer weekend. We're going to get started. We'll have a decently long day today, but I appreciate everyone being here. With that being said, this is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment number.
Ew, the sweater sets just keep getting worse. What in the... just ew.
Number 19020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro is present.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Andy Murray, also for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right.
And I believe we're still going to be with the investigator since we weren't even done with the state's direct yesterday. Now, the medical examiner isn't on today, but we might be getting into more testimony about where bodies were found, injuries, observations, things like that. So do be warned that we might be getting into that kind of territory.
I believe what we're going to be doing right now, this is mental telepathy that I think what the prosecutor is about to tell me, is that we're going to stop our witness, correct? We're going to take another witness at a turn. Sometimes we have to take witnesses at a turn for scheduling issues. We're going to get back to Detective Zarillo in a little while, but I just wanted you to know that we're going to take probably at least 2 witnesses at a turn, and then we'll come back to him. So we'll do that now. Prosecutor, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Dr. Boris Wallstein.
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute, because... Okay, this is a former neighbor of the Caneiro family, Keith's family, to be more specific. I was just making sure. I was like, I told you guys just now that the medical examiner isn't here, but the doctor thing threw me.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You come right on up, come around here, just watch your step. Once you stand up by the witness stand there's a Bible there. If you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
What in the Godfather is this? Oh, okay, let me turn up my volume. Okay, that should be a little bit higher. I'm still getting used to this new mic, so I don't want to blow out your eardrums. I just feel like he shouldn't be testifying to anything. I feel like his lawyer would have stopped him.
Okay. Once you get seated and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Boris Volstein, Boris Volshteyn.
All right. Thank you, sir. And what I'm just going to
Comrade, I can see that too. Although one of the comrades that managed to be more important than the other comrades, like, I don't know, upper class comradism.
ask for you, just please make sure you keep your voice up because jurors number 15 and 16 in the
Allegedly.
back there, they need to be able to hear you. Okay, sir?
No problem.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a plastic surgeon here in Monmouth County.
Okay.
I was about to say he's very sculpted, but that makes perfect sense. He's got I want to say Lawrence Welk, but he has a very old Hollywood face, and if I could remember things ever, I could tell you who he looks like, but it just reminds me of a very Alfred Hitchcock face. He would look very interesting in black and white. This is your warning on this stage of the Petty Express. Hagatha the Leg is on the rampage, so I might be a little more ADHD squirrely than normal. She no likey this cold weather.
Now, I want to take your attention back to November of 2018. Can you tell us where you were living at that point in time?
I lived at 2 Evergreen Lane in Colts Neck.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to around noon, November 20th, 2018. Do you remember approximately where you were?
Yes, I was on my way to Trenton, New Jersey, to meet with the Department of Business and Insurance.
Do you recall whether or not you received some sort of communication which kind of forced you to turn around?
Yes.
Can you, without telling us exactly what was said to you, can you just tell us the circumstances of that?
I was on my way to Trenton to meet with state officials, and as I was going on a Dutch lane right around the circle, I received a phone call from my landscaper concerned about smoke coming from my neighbor's.
What is a Dutch lane? Is this like where you have a roundabout and it's the outside lane that you turn off? Or is the Dutch lane the one where you continue onto the circle until you go to the... What is a Dutch lane?
House.
And did he specifically indicate?
Oh, I'm a moron. It could be the name of the street.
You don't have to tell us, but did he specifically indicate to you whether or which neighbor that was?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just describe your location in relation to that neighbor's house, like the connection between the two properties?
Our properties are adjacent. We have a fence separating us, several hundred feet. We live in a subdivision, and his house.
Now, he says subdivision, but I want you to imagine the more bougie ones where there is, you know, that is why you don't swing a broom around. Take the as you have this continuing distract, but these are larger houses with essentially 5 to 6 of what you would think of the regular sub lots. So while he says subdivision, there are a lot of not maybe average, but a good bit of space between the house to control for apart.
That call from the landscaper. Can you tell us what everything you did?
The neighbor was concerned behind the house, and he was concerned that he was going to get fined by the township. He tried to reach him.
Okay. All right. Let me check because we just had a power flux. It looks like I have internet now. So let me go out, leave studio. All right, how do I sound now? We will kind of play with this, see how this goes. But if it flickers again, I will probably head off of here, just because I do want to make sure that Mr. Mo knows that we experienced a flicker, because the fix from the power company was temporary. Now it is super duper cold and freezing, so it might also. No, of course not. How about that? Is this any better? There we go. Yeah, it was the wrong mic. One of these days, we will figure this case is cursed. I swear to goodness, this case is cursed.
Couldn't, and asked me to see if I can help. And so I made phone calls to Jen and Keith. Nobody responded. So I turned around because I was nearby and decided to see if I can see what's going on.
Okay. So you first referenced somebody named Keith, correct?
Yes.
And who's Keith?
Keith is Mr. Caneiro,
Okay. And Jennifer is who?
his wife.
And did you know them personally?
I did.
Okay. Now, I believe you said you reached out, made phone calls to the two of them?
Yes.
And were you able to connect?
No.
Okay. Did you, at that point in time, did you respond anywhere specifically?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Right. After you couldn't reach Keith and after you couldn't reach Jen, did you go anywhere?
Yes, I went to their.
This is a neighbor of Keith's at the time. So I guess they shared a landscaper, and the landscaper was the first person to, I think, come across Keith's body near the generator and power box. So the landscaper called this gentleman. Now, he's a plastic surgeon, but he's a doctor, so maybe he thought this gentleman could help. So I believe he was the person to call 911 upon learning from the landscaper and getting back to Keith's house that he was out and deceased on the lawn. He does have the perfect mix of like no more wire hangers, but like enough expression that you don't really notice the Botox. I mean, I'm kind of impressed with his eyebrows because it's a bit of like no more wire hangers, but sassy and not severe, but enough to like, if you have to take your glasses off, people get the point not to stop effing around. If I ever want work done, sir, I'm coming to you.
House.
Okay. Can you tell us what, if anything, or what your observations were when you got to the house?
There was nothing unusual in the front of the house. I just saw barely a little smoke coming from the back of the house. That's all I saw at that time.
When you got to the property, and that's 15 Willowbrook, is that accurate?
Correct.
Did you pull in the driveway? Where'd you park?
I pulled on the driveway,
Right.
in front of the house.
Okay. Did you get out of your car?
I did.
And where did you specifically go?
I went to the left side of the house because the house was positioned in such a way there was a swimming pool behind it, and it was easier to walk on the left around the swimming pool to see what's happening behind the house.
And did you go to the back based upon what you were told by your landscaper?
Yes,
Okay. Once you went around the back, did you make any observations of any smoke or anything like that?
I did. I expected to see Keith in a big barrel of burning leaves. There was nobody there, and the smoke.
I'm actually shocked that bougie people do this because this is a normal thing in rural Indiana, but I didn't expect I have no general idea of the Zillow listings in this area, but I'm guessing in the millions of dollars. And the fact that we can all unite on having a burn pile It brings us together.
Was coming from underneath the balcony, underneath the house.
Okay. Now, once you made that observation of the smoke, did you go anywhere else?
Yes, I went to the front of the house.
Okay. What happened when you went to the front of the house?
I opened the service.
You said it was your store. Can you describe for us?
Yeah, because have service entrance doors. I I sell my soul to, well, a realtor for a mudroom entrance door with a, like, attached to the laundry room, which Mr. Mo is working on. But I'm just saying, a entrance for the boys. Maybe I'll call it the service entrance. You know, when I'm feeling bougie and all Beyonce. All right. Am I better now? Because I'm showing I've got full internet, which is not a great thing. Let me see here. Is the
The house has main
Holy
doors,
God.
and they usually were locked. When I brought my daughter to play, because Sophia and my daughter were playing quite a bit together, I would take my daughter through this service door, which was on the right of the main entrance, which was usually open.
Now, did you open that door?
I did.
Okay, what happened when
Got
you
it.
opened the door?
There was very thick clouds of smoke coming from the inside.
What did you do then?
I yelled to see if anybody was inside. Nobody responded. The clouds were so thick I couldn't even enter. So I went back to my car and called 911.
Okay. Now, once you called 911, did you stay near your car or did you go other places?
I was actually getting into the vehicle, and I have a truck, so I was getting up on the step. And as I turned, I saw a body in front of the house, in the bushes.
Were you, if you recall, were you on the phone with the 911 operator when you made that observation?
I was.
Okay. And based upon that observation, did you go anywhere?
I went closer to the body.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to head out of the studio, restart the computer, and see if that. So, yes. So I'm going to keep this go. No, I can't keep this going. So I will be back in about 3-ish minutes. Okay, so we're back here. It's on the right mic, which is awesome. And now let's get Paul up, as much as we don't want to watch his ridiculous behind. Okay. Alrighty then, let me get this up.
A body in front of the house, in the bushes.
Were you, if you recall, were you on the phone with the 911 operator when you made that observation?
I was.
And based upon that observation, did you go anywhere?
I went closer to the body to see what it was, and I was with operator on the phone. And at that point, I described everything, was instructed to leave the location because of possibility of somebody still being on the property, and I did.
Now, the things that you just described about your observations of the body, did you describe those to the 911 operator?
I believe I described that I saw the body laying there, and that's the extent of it.
Okay. And have you reviewed that 911 call prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And based upon your review of that, did you believe it accurately captured your phone call with 911 that morning?
This witness is a neighbor of Keith's. He shared a groundskeeper or a landscaper with Keith, and the landscaper called him to say that he had seen smoke from the backyard. And then he was the one who, I think, first stumbled upon the body and also relayed that to 911. So we're probably getting ready to hear his 911 call. He is a doctor and a plastic surgeon. And his name is Boris.
Okay.
I do.
Let me approach.
Okay.
Doctor, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S.
Well, good Lord willing, and the internet holds, we are going to be fast forwarding through the defense from here on out, because I've gone through the comments and kind of look forward on each day, and they are adding nothing of substance. But this Saturday, we are going to be looking at the comments for under Olive Court TV for this defense for every day, because it is hysterical. Yeah, First Best Gigi, hubby is off work again today because their work driveway is too frozen for forklifts. Dollar had to go into Dollar General. She's the manager, but they don't have power. Oh, poor thing. So that's our general plan. So we might catch up in the next couple days. But unfortunately, my neck of the woods, it seems like we are going to get even lower temperatures and possibly more snow, because why not?
96 for identification. Do you see what that is?
It's a disc with a recording of 911 phone call, my name on it.
Okay. And again, you said that you reviewed that 911 call and that it was accurate?
Correct.
Judge, I just asked for permission to play the 911 call.
Any objection?
No.
You can.
Thank you, Judge.
Hello?
Hi, I didn't hear your
Hello.
name or what you're reporting, sir. What are you reporting?
Okay, fire.
Where?
Willowbrook Lane, Willowbrook Road.
What's the address?
40, I don't know, I think it's 44 Willowbrook.
What's on fire?
This,
What is on fire?
the house.
Where do you see flames coming from?
I see the smoke from behind. I thought that's my neighbors from behind me. I opened the door, and there is a smoke's coming out, and there's a person laying down
Where are they laying down?
on the property.
Can you get over
in
to
front
them?
of the house.
All right, get over
Yes,
to...
I'm coming over.
Okay.
Oh, my God, there's blood here. It's a cork.
It's what?
Again, dumbass, this is where you're supposed to squeeze out a tear if you want to pretend to be human. A man is coming upon your brother whom, futuristically. God, I love that word. I love Sarah Boone. Look, I just feel a little bit of Sarah Booniness. Like smug, I rule the world when I say futuristically. It's a dangerous feeling. I understand why she turned out the way she did, the way she uses it. With great power comes great responsibility.
It's dead.
What's dead?
Somebody is dead here.
Okay, sir, you need to get to a safe area. Hold on a second. Sir, are you getting into a safe area?
I'm leaving the property.
What is the house number? Are you able to see it on your way?
Let me get to the parking. Let me get to the... just 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm sorry, it's 15.
Okay, it is number 15. Okay. Give me your name again, sir.
All right, it's 15. Get over there, and I see the body on the premises.
Yes, I told them. Just keep everybody away from that, okay? What is your name, sir?
All right.
What is your
My
name?
name is Boris Volstein.
Can
My
you
name
spell-
is Boris Volstein.
Can you spell it for me?
V-O-L.
Yeah.
Okay, Volshteyn, and I am at 2 Evergreen Lane.
Okay,
I'm right behind them.
All right, now it's Volstein your first name or last name?
Okay, Boris is my first name.
Boris, okay.
Volstein is my last name.
Okay, what's your phone number?
Redacted, obviously. No one wants us to get free Botox. See how it is.
And what's your house number on Evergreen?
Okay, listen, I really don't have time. I'm sorry. I have time to get out of the property. Please tell somebody.
They're already en route.
Doctor, did that accurately capture the 911 call, like you said, that day?
It does.
Now, after making that 911 call, or actually after the end of the 911 call, where'd you go?
I parked my car across the street on the property, on the curb, and awaited the arrival of police and fire.
And did they ultimately respond to that location?
They did.
Did you have any other contact with any other neighbors around that time?
I think I had a contact with my...
Why is Orville from Orville and Redenbacher's in the courtroom today? Did they take away his popcorn? Did someone drop him off at the courthouse and just stay here for the day? They've got benches. It'll be great. Or is he just waiting for someone to paint him and put him on the wall? I would do this in my courtroom, but they would be puppets.
neighbor, Kathy, whose house I parked in front, but it's been a while, so.
And where did Kathy live specifically in relation to 15 Willowbrook?
She is right across the street, 15 and 44 across the street from each other.
Just going to approach with S1C, slide 31, 131. Doctor, I'm just going to show you a photograph. It's S1C, slide 131. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And what does that show?
it shows the body laying on the grass.
Okay, is that essentially, does that look like what you discovered on November 20th, 2018 on the front yard of 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
Okay. Could I just, permission for this briefly? Can I just have slide S1C 131 briefly?
Oh, don't make him circle the body.
Doctor, is that the photograph that you just identified?
Yes.
Okay, and is that essentially or similar condition to the way you found the body that you described on the call?
Yes.
Okay, and just to be real clear, when you first encountered that body, did you specifically identify who it was?
No.
Okay, how come?
I presumed, I thought I knew who it was, but I didn't know for sure.
Okay, you can take that down, thank you.
Because I'm from Russia, where, look, I don't ask questions, I don't know nothing. It's It's like people don't understand that communism was a thing. So, again, a guy with the name Boris with a really Russian-y sounding last name doesn't want to get involved with the authorities. I don't think we need Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys to figure this out. Yeah, and if he were smart, he would attempt to look sorrowful, but now he's just dead staring at a picture of his brother's body, which is arguably worse than if he cracked a smile.
Now, just lastly, once the police arrived on scene, did you have any contact with any police officers?
I think I spoke to somebody, but I don't remember who.
Do you recall whether or not you provided some of that information to the police officers?
I believe so.
And ultimately, did you see the police officers approach the body that you found on the lawn?
I did not see that.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ross?
Any doctor?
No.
Um,
And nothing of importance was lost. On to the next witness. And it looks like now we're going to be talking to her through an interpreter. And I believe this is Yazel Restepo, his alleged friend / side piece.
Stay close to each other when
Sure.
we can interpret. I don't know if there's any place we could find each other.
You can have mine.
I don't need to do that. That would be unnecessary.
Need two, is that?
We just need one.
Well,
So we normally have an active and a passive interpreter, and the passive one will sit in the chair.
Wherever you need it.
Thank you so much.
Can you please stand? Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
Mano izquierda en la Biblia, levantándose la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If I'm understanding who this woman is, she is the woman that Paul paid for her condo with some of the money he stole and her leased Lexus. So if this is the right person, I wonder how they got together, because I don't think Paul speaks either Spanish or Portuguese.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Por favor, diga su nombre completo para las actas y luego hay que deletrear el apellido.
Giselle Restrepo.
Giselle
I think
Restrepo.
so.
R-E-S-T-R-E-P-O.
Restrepo.
Please, you can be seated and get yourself comfortable.
Y puede ponerse cómodo. También le voy a pedir. The interpreter is just going to ask the witness to put these headphones on.
That is a question I feel like we need Einstein, Stephen Hawking, and Orson Scott Card all together on. And Carl Sagan. I feel like the greatest minds of humanity would have to come together, and still the physics don't make sense.
The interpreter just asked the witness to let her know if she is not unable to hear or understand her at any time.
Okay. And I would just ask for you to keep your voice up so everyone can hear you. You have to speak or respond.
Okay.
Can you move a little forward? There's a microphone closer to you that will pick you up. Thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Restrepo.
Buenos días, señora Restrepo.
Okay.
Good morning.
I don't know if that's
Mr.
me.
Restrepo.
Let me refresh because, okay. It was coming in really choppy.
Just ask the witness to let her know if she is not unable to hear or understand her at any time.
Okay. And I would just ask for you to keep you have to speak or respond closer to you.
I
That will
think
pick
this
you up.
must be the feed.
Good morning, Mr. Restrepo.
Buenos días, señora Restrepo.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mr. Restrepo, I want to take you back to the time frame of around November of 2018. Do you remember that time?
Señora Restrepo, quiero que usted se fije mentalmente un poco atrás en el tiempo, al periodo de tiempo en noviembre de 2018. ¿Se acuerda de ese tiempo?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, back in that time frame, did you know someone by the name of Paul Caneiro?
En ese entonces usted conocía a una persona con el nombre de Paul Caneiro.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, would it be fair to say that you and Paul Caneiro had a friendship?
¿Y sería justo decir que usted y Paul Caneiro tenían una amistad?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, do you recall where you first met Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted se acuerda de
I mean, where do you find a friend that's going to pay for your condo and your car? Can I find some friends with, I guess, money that they just need to give away? Friends, sure.
dónde es que usted conoció por primera vez?
Also, if it came out during the, since the pendency of this trial, if Paul's wife found out that he had a side piece, the snit that would come out about Paul, like I'd be like, state, excuse me, I would like to call myself as a witness. Ma'am, we didn't ask about Paul's erectile dysfunction. No, that's okay. I'm going to have a little soliloquy here. Yeah, because the ish that would come out, like he cried at the end of Bambi every time. And he liked all the High School Musicals.
Señor Caneiro.
En un restaurante en Asbury Park.
At a restaurant in Ashbury Park.
Now, I want to ask you if you recall the last time you actually were physically with Mr. Caneiro at a restaurant.
Quiero pedirle a usted que se acuerde de la última vez que usted estuvo.
Did he order the guac and the cheese sauce? Because you deserve both of the extra and special additional dipping sauces.
Físicamente en un restaurante con el señor Paul Caneiro.
Okay.
Okay.
When was the last time you shared a meal with Mr. Caneiro?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted compartió la comida con el señor Paul Caneiro?
Para un cumpleaños de mi hija.
It was for a birthday of my daughter's.
Now, for purposes of context, at some point on November 20th of 2018, were you made aware of a fire at Mr. Caneiro's home, Paul Caneiro's?
Para dar contexto, en algún momento del 20 de enero del 2018, ¿usted supo de un incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, approximately how many days earlier from that fire did you have dinner for your daughter's birthday?
Aproximadamente cuántos días antes del día de ese incendio fue cuando usted compartió la cena con Paul en el cumpleaños de su hija?
2-3 días antes.
It was 2 or 3 days before.
Okay. Now, the night before the fire at Paul Caneiro's house, did you communicate with him at all on the phone or through any sort of messaging?
La noche antes del incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro, ¿usted estuvo en comunicación con él por teléfono, por mensajes de algún tipo?
No que me acuerde. No me recuerdo.
Not as far as I recall. I don't remember that.
Okay. Now, on the morning of November 20th of 2018, how did you learn about the fire at Paul Caneiro's house?
En la mañana del 20 de noviembre del 2018, ¿cómo es que usted se enteró del incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro?
Él me mandó un texto bien corto dejándome saber que había un incendio en la casa de él.
They sent me a very short text letting me know that there was a fire at his house.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about your friendship with Mr. Canerio. Were there any points in time during that friendship that you and Mr. Canerio went anywhere, like vacation-wise?
Le quiero preguntar sobre su amistad con el señor Paul Caneiro. ¿En algún momento durante esa amistad hubo un momento
Yeah, because I always take the chick I meet at a restaurant out to a vacation, to her daughter's birthday, pay for her condo.
cuando ustedes salieron a algún lado juntos, como de vacaciones, algo así?
Sí.
Yes.
Where do you recall going?
Según sus recuerdos, ¿a dónde fueron?
Fuimos a Colombia.
We went to Colombia.
I don't know why it's so funny that they went to Colombia. There's nothing inherently funny about it except that I'm just trying to imagine Paul in a favela, which is, okay, that is pretty funny. Can you imagine Paul in a favela trying to pretend like he blends, like you blend? I just imagine like Marissa Tomei next to him.
How many times did you go to Colombia?
¿Cuántas veces fueron a Colombia?
2 veces fuimos a Colombia.
2 times we went to Colombia.
Okay. Can I ask you who paid for the trips to Colombia?
Le puedo preguntar, ¿quién pagó los viajes a Colombia?
Él pagó los viajes a Colombia.
He paid the trips to Colombia.
Now, do you recall where you lived back in November 2018?
¿Usted se acuerda de dónde vivía el 20 de noviembre de 2018?
Ocean Township.
Ocean Township.
Recall if you did you live in a house or an apartment or something else?
That was a fairly Midwestern sounding Ocean Township. No, he paid, Paul paid. But I still have to say that if I am Paul's wife, I would be the state's favorite witness. Now, again, would I work in insults about his manhood and all sorts of things? Yes, I would. Could I be a liability on the stand? Yes, I could. But would it be effing epic? Yes, I could.
¿Usted vivía en una casa, un apartamento o algo más?
Apartamento.
An apartment.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
¿Usted se acuerda del nombre del apartamento?
Casa de Side Chick? Come on, Casa de Side Chick. Come on, Casa de Side Chick.
Twinbrook.
¿Cómo?
Twinbrook.
Twinbrook?
Twinbrook Apartments?
¿Los departamentos Twinbrook?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember Miss Restrepo?
Twinbrook. They might as well have just called it Whore Island.
What your rent was there back in 2018?
¿Usted se acuerda, señora Restrepo, de cuánto pagaba el alquiler en el 2018?
Como 1,300.
It was like 1,300.
Was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro paid that rent or helped you with that rent?
¿Hubo un momento cuando el señor Caneiro le pagó ese alquiler o le ayudaba a pagar ese alquiler?
No.
No.
Now, during the course of that friendship, was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro helped your children or you or your children with any expenses?
Durante el transcurso de su amistad, ¿hubo algún momento cuando el señor Caneiro le ayudó a sus hijos o le ayudó a usted a pagar los gastos de sus hijos?
No.
No.
Was your daughter applying to colleges back in 2018?
¿Su hija estaba aplicando a universidades en el 2018?
Sí.
Yes.
Did Mr. Caneiro ever provide any assistance with application fees?
¿El señor Caneiro en algún momento proporcionó asistencia o ayuda con los pagos de las aplicaciones o solicitudes?
Él le regaló el dinero para aplicar a los colegios.
He gifted her the money to apply for the colleges.
Now, was there a point in time, I believe in approximately 2018, when you got a new car?
Aproximadamente en el 2018, cuando usted consiguió un nuevo carro.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of car it was?
¿Se acuerda de qué tipo de carro era?
Sí.
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
¿Qué tipo de carro era?
Audi.
It was an Audi.
Do you remember approximately what the monthly payment was for the Audi?
¿Usted se acuerda de aproximadamente cuánto era el pago mensual del Audi?
No hice pagos de carro.
I did not make car payments.
Okay. Who made the car payments?
¿Quién hacía?
You know what, Beyonce, with your bad self? Yeah, he had to assuage his guilt from stealing from his brother, so he decided, like Robin Hood, to give to the poor. Now, if the poor also had a nice rack and a good rump, I mean, who's to say what charity and where charity should go? Welcome, Baker Raiders. We are doing a speed run on the Paul Caneiro case and hoping beyond hope that the cold temperatures do not kill my internet. So basically what we're doing is we are skipping the defense, who have brought nothing useful to the table in the first 5 days of the trial. So we have just decided to skip them. Now, currently, we are talking to Paul's friend. Now, they are only friends, allegedly. But Paul paid for her Audi, her condo, and her daughter to get applications to college. As you do for your friends that you meet at a restaurant. She's also speaking through an interpreter, and she and Paul just happened to take a couple of trips down to Colombia, as you do with your best friend, whom you're not bumping uglies with at all.
¿Quién pagaba los pagos cada mes?
Paul.
Paul.
Now, was there ever a point in time in 2018 when Paul talked to you about any financial difficulty that he was having?
¿Hubo algún momento en el 2018 cuando Paul habló con usted sobre alguna dificultad financiera que él estuviera experimentando?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Did Mr. Caneiro, did he ever reference the IRS?
Señor Caneiro, ¿en algún momento hizo referencia al IRS?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Okay. Was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro used one of your credit cards?
¿Hubo un momento cuando el señor Caneiro utilizó una de sus tarjetas de crédito de usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall which credit card that was?
¿Se acuerda usted de cuál tarjeta que era?
American Express Black Card. Come on, Dollar Tree, Visa.
Una de Macy's.
It was Macy's.
Do you remember how much money was spent on your credit card by Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted se acuerda de cuánto dinero fue que el señor Caneiro gastó en su tarjeta de crédito? ¿Usted?
No.
No.
Do you recall if he reimbursed you for the amount of spending that he did on your credit card?
¿Usted se acuerda de que si el señor Caneiro le reembolsó a usted por el dinero que él gastó en su tarjeta de usted?
No, yo la pagué.
No, I hate it.
Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you ever observed
And the court feed is just not picking up well. I think it's just this particular section. Not sure if it's because of the interpreter or the coldness.
Mr. Caneiro and guns that he owned.
Quiero preguntarle sobre si usted en algún momento observó al señor Caneiro con armas de fuego que eran en posesión de él.
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you see these guns?
¿Dónde es que usted vio esas armas de fuego?
Él tenía una.
He had one.
Did he have one gun or more than one gun? If you know.
Si es que usted lo sabe, él tenía uno o más que una arma de fuego.
Yo creo que más.
I think more than one.
Okay. Did you ever shoot a gun with Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted alguna vez disparó un arma de fuego con el señor Caneiro?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was that?
This woman's from Colombia. I know this is probably a gross stereotype, but I'm guessing she's seen force multipliers before.
¿Y dónde ocurrió eso?
lugar donde va uno a practicar.
It was like a place where one goes to practice.
Like a shooting range? Would be accurate?
Sería como una pista de práctica de armas de fuego, lo que decimos en inglés shooting range.
Sí,
Yes.
Did you do that once or more than once?
¿Ustedes hicieron eso una vez o más que una vez?
una vez.
Oh my God, please respond. See, Papi es mi Bonnie and Clyde. Say, yo soy ride or die. Please, I just need this in my life today, okay? Look, my children are possibly never going back to school. We are being held hostage by a world that has decided to turn into Hoth instead of the Tatooine that Greta Doomsburg promised. I need her to respond these ways.
One time.
Now, you talked about going to Colombia twice with Mr. Caneiro. Did you ever go anywhere else in the United States with Mr. Caneiro?
Usted mencionó ir 2 veces a Colombia con el señor Caneiro. ¿Usted alguna vez fue a otro lugar dentro de Estados Unidos con el señor Caneiro?
Sí,
Yes.
Where did you go?
¿A dónde?
Carolina del Norte, Las Vegas, Boston,
North
Nueva
Carolina.
York. Yeah.
North Carolina, Las Vegas, Boston, New York. Yeah.
Who paid for those trips?
¿Quién pagó esos viajes?
Él.
He did.
Now, Ms. Restrepo, you talked about Paul Caneiro. Do you see that individual in court today?
Señora Restrepo, usted ha hablado sobre Paul Caneiro. ¿Usted ve a esta persona, la misma persona aquí presente hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you point him out for us?
¿Usted nos puede indicar quién es?
He's the, donde, ¿cómo se dice en español? The douchebag who looks like an 8-year-old in a special needs class. Get out of the freezer.
Identifies the defendant.
Él ha identificado al acusado.
The state has no further.
El acusado no tiene más preguntas en este momento. Interpreters will briefly switch.
All right. And we are going to skip the defense because they are adding nothing to this.
Please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Carmelo Lamarca, Lamarca.
All right. Sir, just make sure you speak up loud enough so juror numbers 15 and 16 can hear you in the back, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Lamarca, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm in real estate.
Okay. Now, do you...
No, you're not. You're the bad guy from the first Despicable Me, only you went bald. Or you're trying to be Dr. Evil. You know, you have a perfect head shape for a bald head. I just, for some reason, no. Just no. Usually I like bald heads that are all smooth and flat, but nope.
serve your community in any other capacity?
Yes, I'm a volunteer firefighter.
Okay, where are you a volunteer firefighter?
Adelphia, Atwell Township, Fire District 2.
Okay, and approximately how long have you been doing that?
About 10 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention to November 20th, 2018 in the early afternoon hours. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
How do you remember it?
I was working from home. Remember, it was a clear day. I wasn't particularly busy. We had a group chat amongst our firefighters that there was a call in the cold snack, potential.
Now, I am putting up banners for those of you that are just popping into this trial. There are 2 house fires in this case. So, and 3 different lead detectives because of the amount of localities in this trial. So Keith is the decedent and the victim. His entire family was killed and then the house was set on fire. But Paul, the defendant, also had a fire started at his house on the same day. So I do try to put the banners up so you can kind of play along as we figure out who goes where and what fire they're talking about.
Residential fire, so kind of stayed near the door with my keys ready.
And at some point thereafter, was there any confirmation of that structure fire?
Yes, we were dispatched to Colts Neck for mutual aid for a confirmed structure fire with entrapment.
Now, just so we all understand, you talked about mutual aid.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Colts Neck had originally called us for the RIT team, which is a rapid intervention team. It's a team that has specialized training to rescue downed firefighters. But ultimately, when we got there, we found out that we were going to work and we were not on standby as a RIT team.
Okay. So were you a member of that RIT team?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, when Keith was found outside of his house, he was found shot near the generator and power box that had both been tampered with. And the state hasn't brought this in yet, but the power will be shown to be cut around 3 a.m., 3:10 in the morning. When they found Keith outside, they then assumed that his wife and children were possibly still in the house, and unfortunately that was the case. Now, the wife had fortunately passed away before the fire took hold in Keith's house. However, the children had, for some period of time, survived the initial attack and did have signs of inhalation injuries. Now, I have looked ahead as we're cruising through, and I will try to give you, a warning when we get to the medical examiner, since we're not stopping for the defense, because I know it's rough when we have to talk about young children, and the children were 11 and 8. So I will try to give you a warning, and if you want to skip that part, I completely understand.
And okay, so you said the call was structure fire with possible entrapment. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Based upon the call, where do you go?
I responded to the firehouse.
Okay. And where's the firehouse generally located?
That firehouse is 925 Adelphia Road, Freehold.
Okay. And once you got there, what happened?
Once I got there, I put my gear on, got on the rescue apparatus, and responded with the rest of the crew.
What's the rescue apparatus? Can you tell us what that is?
The rescue apparatus has tools and equipment specifically for search and rescue, car accidents and incidents of that nature.
And I think you said the rest of the crew. Approximately how many people did you respond with, if you recall?
We were 6 firefighters and a driver.
Okay. And do you remember approximately what time the call came in and you responded to the firehouse?
Sometime between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, I believe.
Now, just going to ask.
Now, this might also be, I don't want to pause every couple minutes. This might also be emotional. I'm kind of hearing a quaver in his voice. With there being young children, the firefighters had been asked when they came upon the victims in the home to keep them inside where they were for the sake of the investigation. However, and goodness knows I couldn't stop myself. I believe that the little girl was showing, or he thought that she was showing signs of life. Someone thought that she was showing signs of life, and they brought her out. So eventually, before the rest of the fire had been mitigated because of structural worries about how engulfed in fire the house had become, all of the victims were removed. But the detective that talked about the little girl being brought out, also, he was very professional, but you could tell that he was pretty affected. And I will say that everyone's been very professional, but it's probably going to be, I'm foreseeing possibly hard testimony coming up.
Permission to approach.
You can.
Mr. Lamarck, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S106 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, it looks like a report from the incident.
Okay.
Would you speak up, sir?
Yes, it looks like an incident report.
Okay, and it's an incident report for who?
Or it looks like an in-first report.
Okay. And does this concern your firehouse?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is it authored or is there a name on it?
My chief at the time, yes.
Okay. Now, based upon your review of this, is there a section which talks about dates and times? I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes, would you like me to,
No, I'm going to ask you a question in a second, but does it indicate the call location or street address for that call?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, would that be for 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
And would that report then concern to the incident that you're here to talk about?
Yes.
And you said there's a portion of that report that says dates and times, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at those dates and times? And then I'll ask you a question.
Yes.
Did you read that to review it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based upon that, does that refresh your recollection as to like the alarm time and potentially the arrival time at Cold Snack?
Yes.
Okay. What was the alarm time?
12:41 p.m.
And what was the arrival time?
12:55 p.m.
Okay. And that 12:55 p.m., would that represent arrival at 15 Willowbrook in Cold Snack? Okay. So when you get to 15 Willowbrook, it's you and the 7 or 8 total guys?
7, yes.
Okay, 7 total guys. And that rescue apparatus, is that like a fire truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to Colts Neck, did you see police cars?
I did see some police cars. I don't recall exactly where they were located, but I remember seeing.
Sure, but was there a police presence at the scene when you got there?
Yes, there was.
And was there any fire presence at the scene, if you recall?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe that? Like how many, who, if you remember?
Fire apparatus.
Yes.
I remember seeing Earl Naval Weapons Station. They had their ladder truck parked in the driveway up near the house. I don't recall any other fire apparatus at the time from when we got out of the truck and we walked up to the house.
Were you and your crew, were you one of the early fire responders at that scene?
Yes.
Now, when you get there, do you make any observation of smoke or fire?
Yes, there was a heavy smoke condition.
Did you see flames upon your initial arrival?
I don't recall specifically whether or not I saw flames, but I do recall a very heavy smoke condition.
Okay. Was it a large residence or a small residence?
It was a large residence.
Now, when you got to the fire scene that day, how do you decide, or how does someone decide where you're going to go, what you're going to do? Can you tell us?
It was decided per command that my chief was going to assume control of operations for the scene. So my assignments were going to be given, my crew's assignments were given directly from my chief.
Now, if you're a Howell Fire Department and you're going to Colts Neck for mutual aid, why was your chief at that point in time in charge of operations?
To be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure how those roles and responsibilities were doled out.
Okay.
I can tell you that my chief was assigned operations and I was taking assignments directly from my chief at the scene.
Okay. So based upon commands from your chief at the scene, what's the first thing you did at that fire scene?
My crew's assignment was to make entry from the Alpha side, the A side of the building, and to conduct the left-hand search.
Reason I can't be a firefighter. Directions and left and right. But bless this guy for going in and doing it.
I'm going to show you just briefly. I'm going to approach with S1C, slide 9. Yeah. Mark, I'm just showing you what's been marked as S1C.
Did this woman... We're moving me for a second because we need to explain... The defense needs to explain why she decided to dress as Elle Woods today. We're going to go back, because... First of all, your skirt should not be this short. I'm sorry. You are a professional. Yes, I am judging. If you had been a good lawyer, I wouldn't pay attention to this, but no. Yes, I believe he has. Now, there was an interlocutory appeal for a bit because of the allegations that the state had somewhat coerced the Canerio family with not letting them, leave the police station when the police were worried that they might be a part of there might be a hunt on the Canerios. I will have to look into that because it seems as though his wife is sticking by him. Last I checked, so I will double check that.
Mark, I'm just showing you what's been marked as S1C slide 9. Do you recognize generally what that picture shows?
This is a picture from the Alpha Bravo corner of the residence.
Okay. Now, when you talk about Alpha Bravo, can you just explain what that means?
So if you're looking at the house from the driveway, the Alpha is going to be where the front door is. The left side is going to be the Bravo. Back of the house is the Charlie. Right side is the Delta.
Okay. So A is the front of the house, then you work around clockwise?
Yes, that's correct.
B, C, D, correct. Okay. So you reference which corner?
The Alpha Bravo corner.
Okay. Just want to. On slide. Where did you enter, you and your crew, where did you enter on that date?
From the door here on the Alpha side.
You gotta speak up, sir.
From the front door on the Alpha side that leads directly from the driveway.
Could I, permission to publish?
Okay.
Could I ask one C, slide 9? Sir, you have that photograph in front of you on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and could you possibly just hit this and just put a little box around?
Now, this is going to be something, if you're just tuning into this trial from Baker's stream, that I really appreciate in this trial. They're actually able to make the, marking on the tablet, and then the clerk prints that out so you can have it for transcripts or anything, but it really clearly shows where they're marking, what they're looking at, so there's no confusion. And I like it.
Around where you entered? Can we preserve that, please? Thank you.
That's slide 9.1.
Now, Mr. LaMarca, can you tell us, what you encountered when you first went through that door?
As soon as we got through the door, there was zero visibility, blackout conditions because of the smoke. So we were essentially operating by touch.
Okay. Is that something are you trained for that situation?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you do once you walk in, there's not a lot of visibility, how do you get to where you want to go?
We conducted a left-hand search, so you're essentially keeping your left hand with contact at all times to the wall just to keep yourself oriented, and using your other hand, foot, tool, reach out as far as you can to feel for any potential victims as you move through the left-hand search.
Now, based on what you just said, when you get there, do you get briefed on information that others have prior to your arrival?
I don't recall us being relayed very much information at all. We were pretty much just given our assignment, there was maybe 2, 3, or 4 firefighters from Earl that had made entry prior to us arriving there.
Okay.
I'm not sure where they searched, where they went. Ultimately, I believe, if I recall correctly, they had to bail out of a window at some point, but I don't have any confirmation of that. They made it to the second floor.
Now, when you entered that front door of 15 Willowbrook, were you looking to find people?
Yes, we were told that there was confirmed entrapment, potentially four victims, and also potentially a nanny.
Okay. So you go in, you said...
And, again, just keep in mind that these are mostly volunteer firefighters. So they volunteer to serve their community, and they're going to come across something incredibly tragic. And no pets, I don't believe. But it's incredibly tragic, and I put them under the label of victim. It's going so well that we are skipping all of the defense because they have wasted enough time of my life in 5 days. So that's, we're getting to the part where we unfortunately get to the kind of tragic part of this case, where we really see the monstrousness. Now, the state has done a really good job, I think, of laying down the financial motive part of their case. And it does seem a bit risky because they didn't have to put the motive part, the financial allegations and proof that Paul had stolen approximately $78,000 from his brother's trust account that was supposed to be going to a life insurance policy. Now, if all of the family members in Keith's immediate family, to include his wife, his 2 children, passed away, then Paul and Paul Caneiro, his brothers, would receive equal distributions of his $3 million insurance policy. So not only was Keith probably going to cut Paul out of the 2 businesses that they owned jointly, not to the same degree with both businesses did they share ownership, but Paul was looking at his brother cutting him off, not having steady access to this money, and he was living way beyond his means. So the state has done a good job of illustrating just exactly what Paul would have to lose or would have to gain with Keith and his entire family dying. Now, the defense's defense is, my client isn't dumb enough to leave all the evidence at his house. And let's see, what's the other one? Now, I know $78,000 embezzled sounds really bad, but you don't understand that Paul is rich and $78,000 wasn't any amount of money. I understand you poors might not understand, but the rich, 78,000 chump change. These are literally their defenses, which is why we're skipping.
You wanted to stay towards the left, correct?
Yes.
Would that be the front of the home, the A side?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
As soon as we went in, began the left-hand search, we were met with a set of stairs. We climbed those stairs, and shortly after reaching the landing of the stairs, we came in contact with the victim.
How did you come in contact with the victim? I mean, as far as visibility goes.
I felt her.
Were you with anyone else at that?
Okay, so warning, this is going to be the little girl. She was only 8 years old. It's heartbreaking, and he's doing a valiant job trying to remain strong, but I can only imagine the heartbreak of thinking you might be able to save someone to realize what was done to her. And it was bad, y'all. So if you want to skip this part, I completely understand. Do, be mindful of your mental health.
Point in time, like right in front of you?
Yes, there were 2 firefighters that had made their way up past me, onto the 2nd floor. And there were another 3 behind me.
Was the visibility still extremely compromised on that landing area?
Yes.
Based upon the identification potentially of an individual, what if anything did you and other firefighters do?
After it was determined that it was in fact the victim, I turned to the firefighter that was just below me on the stairs, and I told him that we're going to be taking them out. I grabbed the legs, and he grabbed her arms, and we carried her out.
Where did you take her?
Just by the garage doors.
In front of the house?
Yes.
After you did that, did you ultimately continue with efforts to find other individuals and/or fire?
Yes, we were instructed to place her down in the driveway and then to go back in to continue our search.
Just briefly, so
And thank you, sir. You can tell this has torn him up, and he went back into that building. So thank you so much.
No, listen. Sorry, but when you encountered the body on the landing, can you describe directionally where her body was?
So she was towards towards the wall in the corner. Her feet were facing out towards going down the stairs, and her head was facing towards the wall of the landing, heading up the stairs.
And when you ultimately took her outside and put her down on the ground, were there any signs of life at that point?
I wasn't able to determine, but it didn't. Once we were outside of the smoke, and I was able to see, it did not appear to be.
Just to be clear, was it an adult female or a young female?
A young female.
At points in time, did you remain at the scene for several hours?
Yes, we did.
And did
Okay, generally at this point, I would tell you that a defendant is damned if they do, damned if they don't. If they cry during testimony like this, they'll be seen as possibly crocodile tears or trying to milk this. If they're stoic, then they're cold. Y'all, I phrase this very clearly. The state hasn't fully proved its case yet. Paul left all the MFing evidence to include a pair of jeans that have his niece and nephew's blood splattered on them. So I'm not giving you that caveat this time because he doesn't even rate it.
you and your colleagues, did you continue to fight the fire?
Yes, we did.
And was there a point in time later that day that the fire was actually extinguished?
By the time that we had left, I don't believe so. There were still crews operating when we had left.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you left?
I believe it was around 8 o'clock.
Nothing further.
Cross.
All right, we're going to
I
give...
don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right. Sir, you can step down.
That might have been the smartest thing that this defense has done. This was an incredibly sympathetic witness, and she does not have the talent of Nico Suave or Suspenders. Yukon Cornelius.
Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness?
The state law detective Richard Zarillo.
Now I believe we're going back to the witness, the lead detective at Keith Canero's home, that we finished, kind of got partway through direct with that witness, and I think we're going to get back. I think these two witnesses were kind of out of order because of scheduling.
Detective, you were under oath when we left you on Thursday afternoon. You are still under oath here today. You remember the oath that you gave, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We were still in direct examination, so we will continue with Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
We left off when we were here last.
Now, just to orient you a little bit, this is going to be the lead detective in the Colts Neck locality. I think it's a different township name, but this will be the lead detective in the Keith Canero crime scene. So the quadruple homicide scene.
With the conclusion, essentially, of your investigation of day one. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and I wanted to show you some pictures. I know we looked at a couple, but I have a few more. It's going to actually be, for the record, S1E, slides 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, and S1C, slides 28, 29, 129, and 130. I'm showing counsel. I'm sorry.
Is there objection to them being published now, or do you need the foundation before?
I don't know, Judge. There's no objection. This thing can publish now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If we could please have S1E, slide 20. Detective, can you describe what we're looking at here?
The rear of the structure, the house.
All right, so if you're facing the house, where would this specifically be located?
From the roadway, this would be to the right or to the west of the structure.
Do you see the door there?
Yes,
Okay, what is on the other side of that door?
a garage.
Okay, and if you're looking head on at the photo, is there, you spoke earlier about an electrical meter. Where would that be located?
That's on the left side of the door, excuse me, on the corner of the structure.
Okay, and how about the generator? Where would that be?
Behind the shrubs on the right side of the door.
Can we have slide 21, please?
So the state's theory in the case, and it's kind of, at least for Keith, kind of played out in the evidence that they're going to be laying out, but someone cut the power to both the whole house generator and from the power company off at around 3 a.m. That brought Keith out. Of course, his house, the power went out. He has a full house generator that should kick on, even if there's an interruption for the power supply. So he went out, and unfortunately, that's where he lost his life. He was shot 5 times.
Do you see the electrical meter in this picture?
Not 100% sure. I do see the meter pan cover.
Sorry, the meter box.
I do see the electrical service panel on the left side.
Okay, and can we please have the next slide, 22? Okay, what are we looking at here?
The meter service panel.
Okay, that's a meter service panel?
Yes, the electrical service comes into the structure from.
Okay, now just from this location, where was Keith's body located, specifically from there?
Behind me, if I'm looking at this, and to my left.
What, if anything, did you observe about that panel right there that we see?
The handle is in the down position, and there's no meter attached to it or a cover on it.
Can you circle that handle for us? What, if anything, did it mean to you that the handle was in the down position?
At that moment, I did not know what it was about until I looked into it a little further. It secured the meter into the box, or was able to bypass the service for the electric company to do work there.
Okay, when you say you put the meter into the box, what are you referring to?
There are clamps that hold the meter itself into the box, and that was used to secure it in there as well.
Can you please have the next slide, which is, I believe, 23?
Do we want to circle that? Do we want to print that, 22.1?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
So this is S1E slide 22.1. Detective, if you don't mind just doing the undo button, if you remember. Thank you.
The next slide now, please. Detective, this is just a little bit of a different angle on this picture, but what, if anything, do you see in this photo?
To the left of the panel, on the floor, I see the meter pan cover and the meter in the shrub there.
Can you circle those for us, please? And you testified previously when you were on the stand that when you arrived, you were over by Keith's body and you made some observations about this particular area.
Yes.
Are those the observations that you were referring to, the door and the meter on the floor?
Yes.
On the ground? If we could please have the next slide.
Do you want that captured?
Yes, I'm sorry.
23.1.
Undo?
And
Yes, please.
the judge has been incredibly mindful about capturing these images, really clearly defining what we're looking at for the jury, and even asking questions of witnesses when he needs things clarified, either if he thinks that the jury needs it clarified or if he's trying to figure out where in the holy hell the defense is going.
Slide 24, please. And sir, what is this that we're looking at?
That is the meter from the meter pan.
And is that how you found it?
Yes.
Can we please have a slide? It's going to be S1C, slide 128. Detective, you had previously testified that when you were over by the electrical meter after you arrived, you received notification from a firefighter to come over to this particular area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and what was over in this particular area?
That is where the live round of ammunition was located and where I placed the orange traffic cone.
Can we please have slide 129? Is that just a little bit closer up?
Yes.
And slide 130, please. What are we looking at here?
The round of ammunition that was found on the floor.
Okay, thank you. You can take them down. Detective, I believe we're into now the next day of your investigation, so that would it be 11/21/18?
Yes.
All right, and I think you'd said last time, but just to clarify, that from Pennsylvania, you had gone back to the scene at about 1 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived on the scene, what were your observations?
Fire operations had concluded. There was a manned engine company for fire watch, and the scene was secured by Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and Colts Neck Police Office.
Did you go home from there that night? Got some sleep?
Yes.
And the next morning at about 8 a.m., where did you go?
Back to the scene.
And who was there when you arrived?
I met Detective Petrozello there. There were members of Colts Neck Township Police, Prosecutor's Office, firefighters. Due to structural concerns, members from the USAR, Urban Search and Rescue Group, and the Neptune Township Office of Emergency Management were there.
Okay, and what were they doing there?
They were brought in to secure the location, shore it up to ensure that it did not collapse.
And do you recall what specific location, was there a specific location in the house that they were concerned that would collapse?
I believe they went into the basement of the location. They were concerned that due to the fire, there was a chance that it was going to collapse.
And did they do what they had to do to make that area safe?
Yes.
On that particular day, what, if any, other detectives from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office were assigned to this case?
There were several from forensics and Detective Bassender.
Detective Bassender?
Bassender.
Okay, and do you know what unit she was in?
Financial crimes.
Did you leave the scene of 15 Willowbrook Road at some point that afternoon?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I believe we went to the office in Asbury Park.
Do you recall where specifically that was?
I couldn't remember the exact address, 7-something Cookman Avenue.
Cookman Avenue?
Yes.
And when you say the office, whose office are you talking about?
That was where Keith and Paul Caneiro's office for Square One and Echo Star was located.
Okay, who went specifically with you?
Detective Petrozello.
Why did the two of you go there?
We wanted to make contact with Tiffany Rivera.
Who was she?
The office manager.
Did you make contact with her at that point?
Not at the location. We did speak to her by phone.
Now, the defense has been making kind of a big deal, at least with the financial crimes investigator, that when they talked with certain office personnel, they didn't have access. The search warrants hadn't even been, written and the subpoenas sent for all of Paul's financial information. So the defense has made a big deal about them not asking certain questions, but the fact is that a lot of these things, the defense is not making any points that are cogent. But I am trying to give you a bit of a taste of what the defense has brought up and why we're skipping them.
Okay, and later that day, did you actually meet with Tiffany Rivera in person?
Yes.
Where was that?
At the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Did you end up taking a formal statement from her that day?
Not that day, no.
A couple of days later, did you take a formal statement from her?
Yes.
Okay, nonetheless, on that day, so on the 21st, did you and Detective Petrozello speak with Tiffany?
Yes.
And did she provide you with information?
She gave us basics on the business structure, some financials. I don't remember exact details. I apologize.
At about 7:13 p.m. that night, did you receive anything from Ms. Rivera?
She sent an email that was requested. The email was some conversations that she and Keith had via text message.
Do you recall who else gave, who else? Do you recall if anyone gave a formal statement on the 21st?
We spoke with Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and do you remember where that took place?
At the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
I guess when I say...
I do have to pause. The third prong from my client is too stupid and you poors, $78,000 isn't a lot of money. The third prong in the defense's tri-prong attack is that Corey Caneiro, the other brother, should have been looked into. Now, my guess is if they had a financial crime investigator on this from day one, they checked into everyone's bank accounts. But much like you don't continue to look for your remote control after you found it, when they found someone who had been consistently embezzling from Keith, had the means, motive, and opportunity, had Ring video camera of him driving out of his, neighborhood with enough time to get to his brothers, do this thing, come back and set his own house on fire. They looked into Corey, I'm guessing, enough to make sure that they could mark him off. But yeah, had there been anything, even slightly leading to Corey, I think these investigators would have caught it.
Formal statement, just to clarify, was it like a typed written question and answer statement that you took from him?
Yes, myself, Detective Petrozello, there was a typist there, a secretary, and questions were asked, he answered, and they were formalized.
I want to draw your attention ahead a little bit now to about 7 p.m. that night of November 21st. What, if anything, happened with regard to yourself and the investigative team?
We had a meeting at the Colts Neck Township Municipal Court building.
I don't want you to tell us anything that was said, but what was the purpose of that meeting?
Everybody came together in the same location to discuss where we were in the investigation.
When you say everybody, can you just tell us generally who from what departments? You don't have to say specifically, but who are we talking about?
So members of the forensics unit from the prosecutor's office were there, myself, Detective Petrozello, members of the investigative team from the Ocean Township location were on scene. Their administration or higher-ups from all of the agencies were present as well.
And what is the point of sharing information between the investigative team?
So we're all on the same page where we are collectively. If additional things need to be taken care of, that would be the point where we would start, I guess, assigning them to different people.
And is that important for you to know as the lead?
And this was a pretty intense and kind of multi-level case, because you had, the Colts Neck Police Department had their own lead investigator, so this gentleman. Then you had the Ocean Township, which was Paul's fire lead investigator. Then you had a fire investigator for, I think, both areas. And then the DA's office, since both localities were within Monmouth County, the Monmouth County DA was also sending investigators. This is the state, and thank you so much, Wolfram, for hanging out and being your mod best. Have a great lunch.
Detective from Colts Neck?
Yes.
So what specific, don't tell me anything anyone was said, but did you learn of other evidence that had been gathered by other investigators with regard to this case?
Yes.
And what types of evidence was that you learned about?
Forensics had collected ballistic evidence from the scene. There were many pieces of evidence collected from both scenes, actually.
Okay, and you learned about those pieces of evidence?
Yes.
At that point, did you, again, you don't tell us anything that was said, but did you receive any preliminary results from any agencies?
Yes.
From where?
From the Ocean Township location.
Okay, and was it from the medical examiners as well?
Medical examiners had given a very preliminary based on their examination of the bodies.
Did you learn about any evidence that had been collected thus far from any vehicles?
Yes, from the Ocean Township location.
The next day, November 22nd of 2018, was that a Thursday?
Yes.
Was that Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right, so the day after that, November 23rd, that morning, where did you go?
I responded to the Ocean Township location, 27 Tilton Drive.
Who did you go with?
Myself, I met Detective Petrozello there.
And who else was on scene at 27 Tilton Drive that day?
There were many members from Ocean Township, the prosecutor's office, and 2 members of the state police.
Who were they?
2 canine handlers. Trooper Coking, another trooper, I don't remember his name, and they brought a cadaver dog with them.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you...
Can do.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just gentle muse in our furry four-legged cruise.
Alrighty.
You see those troopers and that cadaver dog do?
The trooper gave commands to his canine to search for specific evidence that he's trained to, and he went in there and located that evidence.
Do you know where the evidence...
Can we go to the sidebar?
Sure.
I'm not sure if they're going to sidebar because maybe they're going to get into more graphic photos and they want to kind of warn the jury. The state has been, and the judge have been pretty good at warning the jury if they're going to be seeing some pretty rough things.
sustain the objection. So anything that was identified by this witness or just testified to as it deals with what the canine dog may have hit on or identified, that's going to be for a different witness, not for this witness. So that last answer, I'm just going to ask to strike it from the record and for you to use that eraser, okay? Thank you all. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I just want to know what your observations were with regard to any evidence that may have been collected from the scene of 27 Tilton that morning.
They recovered some clothing from the residence that believed had blood on it.
Where specifically in the residence?
It was located in the basement of the residence.
Thank you.
And the basement they're referring to, because it can get a little confusing, in Paul's basement. Now, again, I'm going with, for purposes of simplicity, it's alleged that Paul, in trying to destroy evidence of his crime, piled all of the clothes up, soaked them in gasoline or put gasoline near them, attempted to light the fire very near to the natural gas line that went into his house, assuming that, it would go kablooey. However, because his security system / fire system was so good, the fire was contained within, I think, 10 to 15 minutes. So relatively quickly, and the pile of debris he was trying to destroy wasn't all that burned. So they were able to go through it, and they found a pair of jeans that had what looked like blood stains on them. And we're going to learn, it hasn't been brought into evidence, but it was brought up in the opening statement, that we are going to learn that the blood stains on these jeans do match Paul's niece and nephew.
After you left the scene of 27 Tilton that day, where did you go?
I believe we executed a search warrant that night.
Did you go back to 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, after that.
Okay. And who were you with?
Detective Petrozello, we met there.
Was anyone from the crime scene unit or forensics there as well?
Yes.
What any information did you gather when you went back to 15 Willowbrook Road?
That they were still recovering evidence from the location.
And at that time, did you have occasion to make any observations of the generator behind those shrubs?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you note about that generator?
I collected information from the generator to make contact with the company that serviced it.
What company was that?
Wash Hour, I believe was the name.
Did you, in fact, reach out to that company that day?
Yes.
Who did you speak to from there?
Sorry, I don't recall his name.
When you spoke to that individual, were any requests made by you of that individual?
Yes.
What was that?
Any service records that were available for it. And the person that I spoke to, and I don't recall his name, but he was the actual service technician for the generator itself. And he arranged to meet with us to do an inspection of the generator.
And when was the arrangement to meet?
I believe it was for the next day.
Okay, so let's go to the next day at about 9:30 a.m. Where did you go?
To 15 Willowbrook Drive.
Now, when you got there, were forensics still on scene?
Yes.
Okay, what, if anything, did you observe about what they had done to the yard?
They were sifting some dirt for ballistic evidence.
About 10 a.m., who showed up on scene?
Representatives from Wash Hour, fire departments, including Colts Neck and Naval Weapons Station Earl, members of the ATF, and the representative from Wash Hour were there.
Now, the representative from Wash Hour, what, if anything, did you see him do there?
We requested he conduct an inspection of the generator for us.
Did he do that?
Yes, he did.
Did you make observations about that?
Yes.
And what specifically did you see him doing?
While he was inspecting the generator, it was noted that one of the switches that was not normally accessible was in the off position. The gas to the generator was into the off position as well. He was able to start it to demonstrate that it did work.
I think you might have said it, but were members of the ATF there as well?
Yes.
What was their role?
They were brought in to do, because of the scale of the fire, to help with the electrical inspections and engineering.
Was the scene ultimately released that day on 11/24?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just explain what it means to release the scene?
Once the police or fire can finish all of their investigative work at the scene, there's no longer a need for us to hold it. We'll release it back to representatives from the family or the family themselves.
Now, just because the scene is released, does that mean that your investigation concludes?
No.
So drawing your attention now to November 27th of 2018, do you recall speaking with an individual named Stephen Weinstein?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him at?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And who did you speak with him with?
with Detective Petrozello, and I think Detective Basinda was there.
Ultimately, did you obtain a formal statement from Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And was that later in January?
Yes.
On November 28th, the next day, do you recall meeting with Ronald Artigas?
Yes.
Did you obtain a formal statement from him that day?
Yes.
And then finally, on 11/29 of 18, do you recall that date?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance happened?
Hop and Joyce ended up in New Jersey, and then this crap happens. Thanks, JKD Buck. That actually, I like our dark humor.
With regard to this investigation?
I believe that was when I signed the formal charges against Mr. Caneiro.
And did you remain involved with the investigation after that?
Yes.
Were you present for statements?
Yes.
Etc.?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:15. We're going to take our 15-minute break. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll bring you back out at around 11:30. Excuse me, 10:30. That would have been a long break, huh? Thank you.
I love this judge. Dude, and I love being able to fast forward.
Examination, Mr. Murray, whenever you're ready.
All right. Now, for those of you who haven't seen this, I am only allowing you to see this because I want you to imagine if Ian Crossland from Tim Pool somehow faked his way into being an attorney.
Detective, good morning. Good morning. So I think where you ended with the state just now was at the point in time when you approved formal charges.
I want you to remember, I have this at 1.25.
Paul Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And that took place on November 29th of 2018.
Yes.
Those formal charges. You
Okay. Oh, good Lord. He's doing a voice.
completed something known as an individual arrest report.
Yes.
And that includes personal details about Paul Caneiro. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's going to include things like his address, right?
Yes.
It's going to have a booking number on it.
Yes.
It's going to indicate things like his height and his weight,
Yes.
marital status.
Yes.
These items were entered into this form for Paul Caneiro in particular, correct?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection of Paul Caneiro's height and weight at the time of arrest on November 29th of 2018?
I do not.
If I were to show you the document, the individual arrest report, would that help you recollect those facts?
If it is written in there, yes.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to approach. This is S409.
Are we doing my client was too fat to have done this? Because, I mean, it's an interesting play. Look, Your Honor, my client was a lard ass. There's no way he could have hustled and killed 4 people. He'd gotten out of breath. He hadn't gotten Ozempic. Please, dear God, I hope I'm joking, but legitimately, I believe this is where we're going, and I'm terrified for the future of humanity.
Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you tell us what it is?
There's an arrest report for the Colts Neck Police Department.
Does that
Paul Caneiro.
For Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
Relating to the charges that you approved on November 29th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Does that document list Paul Caneiro's height and weight at the time of arrest?
Yes.
And could you tell us what that information is?
The information listed is 5'11" and a weight of 230.
I'm going to take this back, okay?
Okay.
All right, so when you say the weight of 230, obviously I'm sure we all understand this, but just for clarification purposes, we're saying at that time, Paul Caneiro was 230 pounds, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was joking about my client's too fat to have done this.
Now, you testified today about responding to the 15 Willowbrook scene numerous times between November 20th of 2018 and the 27th of 2018, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with something called a first responding officer scene entry log?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us in general what that is, what that document is?
It would be a log of who entered, when they entered, what agency they're from, when they left.
Okay. And when you say it would be a log of who entered and when they entered, would that be who entered a crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a first responding officer scene entry log filled out for the 15 Willowbrook scene?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. This is S103. Looking at that, do you
Yes.
recognize it?
It's a first responder scene log.
Okay. Is it a first responder scene log for the 15 Willowbrook Road address?
That's what is written on it, yes.
Okay. Is there a date on it?
11/20 of 18.
Okay. Do you see names and agencies
Yes.
on that document?
Yes.
Do you recognize the names?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize the agencies?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize these as names of people who responded to the scene that day?
Yes.
At 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Come on, Cletus.
this document also, and I can show you if you don't know or don't recall, spans over multiple days.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Crayon Eater. It was a big, giant ass house and it was burned to shit. Yes, it's going to take like 15 days. Holy God. Someone, please get Ian back on graphene and back on Temple and away from the judicial system.
And that would be common for a scene entry log for a crime scene where there was police and fire involvement over multiple days, right?
Yes.
And the point is that the purpose of this document is to keep an accounting of what members of law enforcement from what agency came onto the property, right?
Yes.
And when they came onto the property.
Yes.
And obviously, this is a multi-page document because there were a number of different police and fire personnel.
All right, we've done all that we can do. My brain rejects stupid, rejects your reality, and implants my own. And no. No. Maybe this weekend we will play the defense as we read the comments, roasting them, but I refuse to hurt my audience and myself more today.
Once you get up next to the witness stand, can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Tyler Badaracco, Badaracco.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Sir, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm an operations manager for an electrical contracting business.
Are you actually an electrician?
I've grown up in the trade.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about your role in a certain fire company. Are you a member of volunteer fire company?
Yes, sir.
And where?
Colton,
Okay, and approximately how long have you been a member of that fire company?
roughly 19 years.
Just going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit just so everyone can hear you. So you said about 19 years?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw you back to November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And what was your role in the fire company back then?
I was the chief of the department.
Okay. Now, specifically...
Again, this is another one where you can tell that he is very bothered. And again, I want you to keep in mind that these gentlemen volunteer. These are not professional paid firefighters. These are firefighters going into neighbors' homes. They might know or have known these victims. So just incredible that they went into a burning building to try to save their neighbors and are now standing up to, go through that again and answer questions.
I want to refer to the early afternoon of November 20th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember if you received a call regarding a fire in Cold Snack?
Yes, I did.
Do you know where you were at the time you received that call?
I was at work on a project in the Meadowlands.
The Meadowlands up north?
Yes.
Now, as a result of that, did you do anything?
I got my stuff together and headed down to the fire.
Okay. So when you say the fire, do you recall the address?
15 Willowbrook.
Okay. Now, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the scene there?
It was between 1:45 and 2 o'clock.
Do you recall whether or not you went to the firehouse first or to the residence?
I went to the firehouse first to get my chief's vehicle, and then I headed to the fire.
Okay. And upon arrival at 15 Willowbrook, can you just tell us generally what you observed?
There was still heavy smoke and an active fire ongoing. There was a lot of agencies on scene, police, fire, EMS. Their fire operations was well underway at that time.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of some clarification, I just want to show you 15 some photos. Okay. Again, this is S1E. I'm going to ask if you could put up slide 3, please.
We're probably not
Do you
going to
recognize
see
what's
any of
depicted in that
these.
photo?
Yes, that's the front of the residence of 15 Willowbrook.
Now, is that a fair depiction of what the scene looked like upon your arrival that day?
Yes.
Now, as far as like where the fire was worse, would it be in the front or the back of the house visually?
Visually, it would be towards the front left side of the AB corner.
Okay, you say AB, so we talk about AB in the front of the house, B being going around clockwise?
Correct.
So the B side would that be the east side of the residence?
Yes.
Could I have slide 12, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that show?
That's also the front of the house in that AB corner with heavy fire blowing out of the windows.
Can I just have slide 11, please, as well? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, that's the east side, the B side of the residence, and also showing part of the back that heavy fire shows.
Okay. The area just, there's a firefighter in that photo, correct?
Yes.
And is that you or someone else?
That's one of the guys.
Okay. So it's not you?
No.
Now, just underneath where the water's being shot, is that the entrance to the basement?
Yes.
Now, your guys, as you said, members of the Colts Neck Fire Department, do you recall approximately how many of your guys were there that day?
On the initial, we had 7 guys from our department there.
Were there more that came later?
Yes.
Now, during the course of operations like this, do people need to get breaks and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as upon your arrival, were you briefed by anyone at the scene,
This was a really huge fire, and whoever set this fire had set it to kind of smolder in the basement. And with, I think, the building materials used, I think this was maybe a concrete house. The signs of burning were not noticeable, especially with the land and trees that surrounded the house, until the house was basically fully engulfed, that there was complete structural damage, I think, to certain places of the house.
like a commander or anything like that?
Yes. The ex-chief at the time, Mike Burke, he had the scene. He was the incident commander with the help of one of the Naval Weapons Station Earl chiefs. When I got there, I had a briefing with him, did a 360 on the house, and we went from there.
Okay. Now, where, if you know, were the guys from your department upon your arrival?
The guys from my department were in this side of the house, on the east side, as well as the front side of the residence.
Could I just also have slide 9, please? S1E. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
It's the rear of the residence?
Okay, does that accurately depict observations that you made upon arrival that day?
Yes.
Okay. So you said your guys are in the basement, is that accurate?
Correct.
Now, I just want to ask you, what was your role once you got there as the fire chief?
Managing fire suppression.
Okay, and how do you manage fire suppression? Can you tell us about that?
Incident command. There was multiple chiefs and multiple other township agencies that were there assisting in fire suppression. So staffing, resources, staging.
Things like deciding like who needs a break and how do we get more guys to replace them and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, at some point that day, you're ultimately going to leave the scene, correct? He said he
Have to say yes or no.
We're just recording, just need to be clear. So at some point you did, based upon the status of the fire?
Yes. Later on that evening, I left for some time.
Was that because the fire was, under control or out or something else?
Fire was out. Overhaul was complete. We remained on scene to monitor any hotspots or any flare-ups for that location. So we left the crew on scene overnight.
Okay. When you first arrived that day, as the fire chief, and this is your town, obviously, correct?
Correct.
Do you ask about utilities when you get there?
Yes.
And when we talk about utilities, what are you asking about?
To know the status of the gas and electric into the residents, mainly to make sure that with guys operating on the interior that there aren't any other potential issues with them operating inside with electrocution or additional flames.
Okay, without telling us specifically what people told you, did you learn whether or not the gas had been shut off?
At that time, I don't recall getting brought up to date on the gas.
Okay, what about the electric?
The electric, yes.
Did you specifically ask how the electric was turned off?
We were told when I was there, the Jersey Central representative came up to the command post and said that he disabled the electric at the street.
Now, had you been to fires and other situations where JCP&L or whoever turns the electric off at the street?
Yes.
It's not the first time you've encountered that, correct?
Correct.
Is there another way to shut it off?
Yes, the meter on the side of the house can be removed, and that'll turn the power off into the house, and it'll just be live back to the street.
Okay. And again, I think you, upon arrival, learned that they did it the street way, right?
Correct.
And in your experience, is there any reason to do it that way?
There's a few different reasons. If that area where the meter is located is compromised, or if it's easier for the utility just to pull up the cutouts at the street for access or whatever.
So you indicated previously that at some point you leave 15 Willowbrook because the fire's out, but you're going to leave a crew overnight, correct?
Correct.
Now, before you left the scene, what, if anything, did you do?
Before we left the scene, myself and some of the other chiefs, along with the representative from the fire marshals, we did a 360 on the house. We just wanted to make sure that everything was safe for leaving a crew overnight. So we went for a walk.
Okay. What, if any, observations do you make when you go for the walk around the property?
At that time, we left the command post. We headed west towards the D side of the building. Our main objective was to make sure that utilities were disabled for safety precautions. At that time, we found the meter pan with the cover off and the meter on the ground. Also, we checked the generator. The home had a backup generator. We wanted to make sure that generator was in the off position. When we inspected the generator had been disabled prior. And for precaution, we disabled the breaker that fed the house, just in case something did go wrong and the generator did start, there wouldn't be power into the house. And we also disabled the disconnect that was the feed from the solar array that was on the west side of the residence.
Okay, so you mentioned the solar array on the west side of the residence, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned the electrical panel?
The meter pan, yes.
Meter pan. And then you also mentioned the generator, correct?
Correct.
Now, starting with respect to that solar panel, and I think we've all kind of seen photos. Can you tell us the condition you found it and what, if anything, you did to it, to be clear?
The solar panels the disconnect that fed back into the house was still in the closed position, so power could be fed that way. We opened that disconnect up to eliminate any sort of.
Okay, so you're trying to eliminate any ability of that solar panel to feed the house?
Correct.
Now, had that solar panel been feeding the house prior to going around and looking at it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as storage goes, did you make any determinations regarding the solar panel and storage or anything like that?
Did not.
Okay. Now, with respect to the meter, I wanted to just, if I could show you what S1E, I'm going to show you quickly slide 20. You recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes.
And what's that generally?
That is the E side or the D side of the residence behind the garage.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you slide 22, the same. Recognize that?
Yes.
What do you see there?
That is the meter pan that feeds the house.
Okay. And was that the condition that you first saw it on November 20th, 2018?
Correct.
And then can I have slide 23, please? This is S1E still. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that just a little closer up picture?
Yes.
And do you see anything on the ground there?
The cover to the meter pan.
Okay. And then also S1, I'm sorry.
And also the meter in the shrubs.
Okay. I'm going to show you slide 24 of S1E. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That is the meter to the house.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of anyone that had contact with that meter panel prior to your inspection of it?
We discussed it with the incident command team. Nobody was instructed to remove that meter or do anything with the power. Jersey Central was called to disconnect the power from the house. That's where we stopped.
Now, fair to say, as fire chief and as a firefighter, have you been to many fire scenes?
Yes.
And have you paid attention to electric at those fire scenes in the past?
Yes.
Now, is it normal to find a meter on the ground?
No.
Is it normal to encounter a meter that doesn't have that door on it?
No.
Would your firefighters ever, under your command, take the door off and leave it on the ground?
Spitting, speculative.
If you know.
They would ever judge. In this case, they didn't.
If you know, have you ever had a situation where someone took the actual door off the meter in one of your fire investigations?
Not in my 19 years of doing this.
Okay.
The judge is so over this defense. He's like, no, I'm going to fix this for you because you're annoying me. Thank you, Judge. We appreciate you for speeding things up.
Now, I want to direct your attention, I think you went next to the generator, correct?
Correct.
And
she was saying that it was speculative. Basically, how would he know if at every fire no one had touched the electrical box? Now, seeing as he's the captain, I think that he would have knowledge if he ever instructed or if he had caught any of his firefighters doing something like that. He would condone it. And I think that he can, as an electrician, I think he does have a little bit more of weight on this because, and as an electrician and as the captain.
could I have slide 26, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Now, does that fairly accurately depict the generator that you located or made observations of at Keith Canero's house on November 20th?
Yes.
Now, those two front doors that we're looking at, what are we looking at there?
Those are the compartment doors to the engine for the generator.
Still good. See, I'm going to show you a few photos from S1C. It's 15 Willowbrook.
Time to go downstairs. So it's lunchtime. Don't discuss this case. Don't do anything. Sir, I'm going to remind you that you're still under oath. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, indictment 19-020283. Now the appearances of counsel for the afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Paul Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right. And we're ready to go.
Leave that back table again. We're on S1C for the record, Judge.
Okay.
Could I have slide 222? We'll ignore that for a minute. Now, Mr. Badarek, I think you already indicated this is the generator at 15 Willowbrook Drive, correct?
Correct.
Now, could I have slide 223, please? Do you recognize what that shows?
Yes.
Is that one of the front two doors we saw?
Yes.
And what's in there?
The engine for the generator.
Could I have slide 224, please? What do you see there?
It's the control panel for the generator.
Does it look the same as it did when you looked at it on November 20th, 2018?
Yes.
Could Could I have slide 226? Recognize what that shows?
Yes.
What is that right there?
That's the compartment where the on-off and automatic switch are for the generator controls.
Okay. Can I have slide 227, please? You recognize that photo?
Yes.
What's it show?
It shows that the generator's been disabled. The light indicating on the right side bottom so that the generator's off.
Okay. If I may approach, Ron?
Ken?
Now, I believe you could kind of see there's a light on in that picture. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you just put a little square around that light? And what does that light indicate?
That the generator's been disabled?
Been disabled?
Yes.
Okay. Was that light on when you first observed it?
Yes.
And is there any other switch that would have made that light come on?
This switch, there's a rocker switch up on next to the lights that'll have the generator either run or stop or run in automatic.
Can you point out that switch?
Square?
Yes. Okay. Now that's toggled to run or something else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, that's the photograph or slide 227. Is that consistent with the way that you found the generator on November 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Can we preserve that, please?
And that is 227.1.
Could I have slide 229, please? Do you reckon, can you hit undo on the bottom right corner, sir? It's okay. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What's in that photograph?
The compartment on the right is the breaker that will feed the house when the generator is in operation.
Okay. Now, on that, one of those doors, there appears to be a switch visible?
Yes.
What's that switch?
That switch is the breaker, and you can have that in the open position, which won't send power from the generator to the house, or the closed position, which will send power to the house.
Can I see slide 230, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the breaker,
And does it indicate that it's in the on or off position?
the off position.
And how was it when you found it?
It was in the on.
So the state's theory has been from the start that whoever did this quadruple homicide first initially cut off not only the power from the electrical company, but also the generator to lure Keith outside to check why his generator wasn't working. Keith essentially had a system that as soon as power failed from the electric company, his generator should have automatically kicked in. So he went outside and was caught off guard and shot 4 to 5 times.
Position.
Okay. Who put it in the off position? Why did you do that?
Because we were leaving a crew there overnight, and just to eliminate any potential risk of an event happening in the home, or if the generator did turn on for some reason, we disabled it so that there wouldn't be any power to the home.
Now, just to be clear though, was it disabled prior to you shutting it off?
Yes.
Okay. So this was, is it fair to say this is just another step to make sure it's off?
Correct.
Now, was there a point in time when you were asked to come back to the scene at a later date?
Yes.
Okay, and did you meet with any detectives?
Yes.
And during the course of your interaction with the detectives, did you explain any findings that you had made from November 20th, 2018 about the generator?
Correct.
Okay. And was there a point in time that they showed you a photograph?
Yes.
And you recall what the purpose of the photograph was?
Yes.
What was that?
To show what I initially found when we inspected the generator, if it was disabled or in the run position.
I may approach, Ron?
Okay.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S405 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the picture that I was shown when I met with the detective.
Okay. And you circled something on that photo, correct?
Yes.
And why'd you circle that?
That's the breaker that I disabled.
Okay. Thank you. Can you go to the front if that's here?
the Zapruder film.
Mr. Battarak, what's on the screen in front of you and on the big screen over here? Is that the photograph I just showed you, S405?
Yes.
And does that indicate that you circled something and signed and dated it?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, I'm not trying to be a dum-dum, but, because, look, I've never paid attention to golf, but is Ryder Cup spelled Phyder or is it Fighter Cup? Not that I've ever known what cup, you would get if you win at golf. I just thought it was an R. Learn something new every day. Or is it hockey? Hell, I don't know.
John, I have no further questions.
Okay, cross.
Mr. Battarak, I'm just going to ask.
No, you're not.
Prosecutor, sir, could you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, can you state your full name for the record once you're comfortable and spell your last name, please?
Sure, it's Ryan Mahoney, M-A-H-O-N-Y.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Detective Silverfox? I mean, what? I mean, I didn't say that out loud. I mean, thank God, finally this trial. More eye candy. I mean, what?
Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Mahoney, can you tell us where you work?
For the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Now, approximately how long have you worked for the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Almost 10 years.
Okay. Now, can you tell us a little bit about when you became a police officer, how, and how you got to here?
Certainly. I began my law enforcement career in 2004. I started as an assistant prosecutor in Hudson County. In 2009, I switched to become a detective within the Hudson County Prosecutor's Office. In 2014, I spent 2 years at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office as a detective, and then I was hired by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office in 2016, again as a detective.
Now, once you were hired at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office as a detective, can you tell us what units you worked in which order?
Sure. I was initially assigned to the Professional Responsibility Unit, which is an internal affairs type unit. Subsequently transferred to the Major Crimes Unit, where I spent approximately 2 years. And then I was transferred back to Professional Responsibility, and again back to Major Crimes recently.
Now, I want to draw your attention to November 20th, 2018.
Wait a minute. What was that face this woman's doing? I love that my ADHD focuses in on weird stuff in the background instead of what I'm supposed to be paying attention to.
Major Crimes recently.
Now, I want to...
Okay, pay attention to this woman's face, because what she does here is, I hope, like a spasm and not like that weird thing that is supposed to be sexy, like licking your lips, but it just looks really terrible.
Draw your attention to November 20th, 2018, approximately 12:55, 1 p.m. Do you recall that time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of your need to go and respond somewhere?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was contacted by my sergeant at the time, Richard Chapman. He advised me, he asked if I would make my way to 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck. He reported to me that the house was engulfed in flames and there was an apparent homicide victim on the front lawn.
Okay. And did you in fact respond there?
I did.
And did you confirm some of the information you provided by Sergeant Chapman?
Yes.
And I'm not going to get into too much of your on-scene observations. We've kind of heard some of that. But did you make observations of smoke and or fire at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Did you make observations of a body that was located in front of the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, were you involved upon arrival in like a briefing with other officers?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What's the purpose of that?
Just generally to understand where we were at in the investigation, what was known and what was unknown.
Now, shortly thereafter, once you got some information about what was going on, were you provided with some direction or were you asked to do something specific?
Yes.
And what was that?
Sergeant Chapman asked if I would exit the property, attempt to find any witnesses that could be pertinent to this investigation, and or any surveillance cameras that could assist us in determining what had transpired.
Okay, so did you ultimately exit the physical property of 15 Willowbrook?
I did.
And did you ultimately begin to see if there was anyone with information and or any surveillance cameras in the area?
Yes, I did.
Now, there's a house across the street from 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall the address?
44 Willowbrook.
Okay. And did you attempt to make contact there?
Yes, I did.
And why was that?
I attempted to see if there's any surveillance footage that may have captured 15 Willowbrook, which was across the street.
And did you ultimately make any observations of any cameras that were affixed to the house?
Yes, there was a camera that was shooting out over the garage that would have captured across the street.
Now, did you?
Now, the defense really has no excuse for this, but basically, we are going to see Paul's Porsche Pecan leave his neighborhood and drive back within the time period of, the red rums and the arson. Now, the defense is going to claim that, well, who's to say whose Porsche Macan that is? As who knows how many Porsche Pecans there are in the world? Yes, legitimately, this is their defense. Pray for the future of humanity.
Now, so you said it would have captured across the street. Did it capture any portion of 15 Willowbrook, the actual structure?
Yes. Limited view, but yes.
And when you say there's a limited view, what do you mean by that? Why is there a limited view?
If you look across the street, the 15 Willowbrook is obstructed by hedges and bushes and numerous trees.
Could you see Willowbrook Road clearly though?
Yes, you can see the road clearly.
Now, were you able to determine whether or not the camera that you located on the front of 44 Willowbrook, if it was running continuously or if it was motion activated?
They were motion activated cameras.
Now, did you make contact with the homeowner?
Yes.
Do you recall his or her name?
Mrs. Malabana, I believe it was.
Now, did you know her
Kathy
previously?
Malabana? No, I did not.
Now, did you request anything from her to discuss the camera?
Yes, I requested if we could view the cameras to see what they captured, what they depicted.
I did not request her to give me her phone number, but she did give it to me. I told her that I will not do house calls.
Now, was she amenable to that? Did she agree?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And based upon the fact that you identified a camera, you identified someone who's willing to let you look at it, what, if anything, did you do?
I viewed the camera briefly to see what captured it. Once I made the determination that it may have captured some relevant information, I contacted our electronic surveillance unit, requested that they come out and obtain the footage from the surveillance system directly.
Okay. And did ultimately any detectives from your office, the electronic surveillance unit, did they come?
Yes, Detective Valenti, Detective Scarakis.
And did they ultimately secure the footage?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, we're getting to a little bit in a little while, but did you ultimately review footage from 44 Willowbrook?
Yes, I did.
And based upon observations you made at the scene that day and later, were you able to determine the accuracy of the footage from 44 Willowbrook?
Yes, it was.
Was it accurate?
It was.
Now, I want to direct your attention because I should say this first. On November 20th, 2018, you went to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with anyone outside the scene at different times during the day?
Yes.
People with information and the like?
Yes, there was a crowd that got gathered out front due to the fire and the large amount of emergency personnel. I spoke to 4 or 5 individuals that were there.
And ultimately, you identified this surveillance footage on 44 Willowbrook?
Correct.
Now, at some point, you're going to leave for the night, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you continue efforts with respect to video surveillance identification on the next day, the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go?
We responded to, Sergeant Chapman and I responded to 85 Willowbrook.
Now, did you look at all the houses in that vicinity?
Either I did or a member of the investigative team did.
And 85 was the next house you went to because why?
Surveillance camera was observed outside of the residence, close to the road.
Did you make contact with anyone at 85 Willowbrook?
Yes.
And who was that?
The homeowner, one by the name of Debbie Mercantile.
Okay. Now, ultimately, were you able to, based upon the conversation with her, make arrangements to secure video from 85 Willowbrook?
Yes, she didn't know how to operate the camera, the surveillance system. She contacted her husband. He was spoken to. He agreed to let us duplicate whatever footage they had.
Okay, did someone ultimately do that?
Yes, I believe Detective Valenti responded to that location after I had left and obtained the surveillance footage.
Now, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S262 for identification. Just going to show you S262 and ask if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
This is an aerial photograph from Google Maps that depicts a majority of, well, not a majority, but a portion of Willowbrook Road.
Okay. Now, based upon what you see on 262, are you able, I'm not going to ask you to do it, but are you able to identify 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
How about 44?
Yes.
And what about 85?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask permission to put on the screen? That's 265? No objection.
Go ahead.
Just have the rear computer. Thank you. Yeah, do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
And is that what we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you talked about being able to identify 15 Willowbrook Drive. Can you put a 15 over the property of 15 Willowbrook, somewhere in the area? Okay. And how about 44 Willowbrook? Those fours?
I was trying to figure out what those worked out.
How about 85? Okay. All right. Can we capture that, please?
262.1.
He says I laugh a lot for watching trials, and I was like, I make things fun. I really do like this technology and the way that they
Now,
do a screen
during the
capture.
course of your investigation into this incident, is it fair to say that, you had been tasked with trying to assist with identifying video, but then also reviewing certain video that was obtained by others?
That's correct.
Now, we talked about video from 85 Willowbrook, we talked about video from 44 Willowbrook. Was there any other video that you identified and/or reviewed from any other towns or locations?
Yes.
And where was that from?
Ocean Township, specifically Tilton Drive.
And what was the significance of Ocean Township in this investigation?
Prior to our response to 15 Willowbrook, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office had responded to Ocean Township, Tilton Drive specifically, earlier in that morning on the report of a fire. At some point, it was discovered that the decedent on Willowbrook, Keith Caneiro, was the brother of the homeowner at 27 Tilton, Paul Caneiro. So at that point, we were trying to see if in any way the two fires were connected.
Now,
Yes, legitimately, the defense still claims that they didn't send their client for intelligence testing or cognitive testing, because we are going to see Paul's car not only close to his house, but close to Keith's house. So, yeah. The Farrells are being asked to clean the kitchen.
After a significant review of video footage, did you draft the report?
Yes.
And in that report, did you kind of come up with like a timeline, so to speak?
Yes.
In that report, did you document the first video that you documented was from where?
27 Tilton.
Okay. Now, 27 Tilton is whose home?
That's Paul Caneiro's home.
Now, was that 27 Tilton video, was that specifically part of your video review?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Now, did someone review that?
Yes.
And who was that?
Captain Weisbrot.
Now, what was Captain Weisbrot, or then detective and now Captain Weisbrot's role in the investigation at 27 Tilton?
Captain Weisbrot was assigned as the lead detective at the Ocean Township scene.
I'm not going to ask you about that video because we'll ask him about it, but have you reviewed it?
Yes, I have.
And is it included as part of your timeline in your report for those purposes?
Yes.
Now, was there other video from Tilton Drive that you ultimately reviewed?
Yes.
And what was the time frame of the video obtained?
The early morning hours of November 20th, 2018.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to footage from residents at 30 Tilton Drive. Did you review any footage from there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How many cameras were located there?
There's 2 cameras located at 30 Tilton.
And do you remember how they're labeled?
Yeah, camera 7 and camera 5.
Now, starting with camera 7, are you able to tell us the vantage point from that camera?
Yes. Camera 7 is situated on the house, pointed in easterly direction, down Tilton towards the direction of Paul Caneiro's residence, 27 Tilton.
So that camera, I think you said, is generally facing in an eastward direction?
Correct.
Maybe a little northeast?
Correct.
Now, I just want to show you what's been marked as S261, the identification.
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a Google Maps aerial photograph which depicts Tilton Drive.
Okay. Now, is there a specific residence that's also depicted on
Yes.
that document?
Sorry, there's a picture of the front of 30 Tilton as well.
Okay. Now, does this, based upon your involvement in this investigation, does this fairly and accurately capture Tilton Drive and some surrounding area?
Yes.
Okay. Can we? Yep. Just going to ask the public 261.
You can.
Now, Detective, is that what we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Detective, can you just do the undo
Sorry.
of your really good looking 85 and 44, please?
Right.
Now, there's a marking that's on that map, correct?
Yes.
And what does that marking represent?
That's 30 Tilton.
Okay. Now, is that the house that we just described with 2 cameras?
Yes, it is.
Number 5 and number 7?
Yes.
Now, are you able to identify where, if at all, 27 Tilton is on that map?
Yes, I can.
Can you write 27? Can you see the driveway for 27 Tilton on to the north of where you live at?
Yes.
Can you put a little X at the driveway? Okay, thank you. Now, we'll get there in a minute, but is there also a video that you reviewed from Tilton Drive, in the area of Tilton Drive during your review? Is there a second location? You have 30 Tilton?
Yes.
Is there another house with a camera?
Yes.
Which, do you remember the address?
308 Green Grove?
Okay, and can you see that house on the map?
Yes, I can.
Did you put a little square around it? And you said the address is what street?
308 Green Grove?
Okay. And is any portion of that home on Tilton Drive?
The driveway.
Legitimately, Paul Caneiro did a Chandler Halderson minus the, side piece having, his location tracked on Snapchat. We're basically going to see as Hank Hill would say, graphic evidence of Paul going towards his brother's house, then being seen near his car, a white Porsche Macan, going towards the house and back from Keith's house in the time that the alleged murders happened.
Case is still on Drive. The front door is on Green Grove.
Could you just put like a Y at the front of the driveway? We could capture that. Thank you.
261.1.
Sergeant Mahoney, I'm going to show you what to mark as S263 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a video DVD surveillance cameras that will place its evidence that depicts 30 Tilton 308 Green Grove.
Okay.
And some others.
Okay. And have you reviewed all the footage from 30 Tilton and 308 Green Grove during the course of your review?
Yes.
Any further into developing a timeline and identifying certain things?
Yes.
I want to go to the video that's contained on S263. A would be 30 Tilton camera 7. Do you want to do that? Now, Sergeant Mahoney, do you recognize what's on the screen right now?
Yes, this is a 30 Tilton camera 7. Channel 7, I believe.
Okay. And the video that's contained on this clip, have you reviewed it?
Yes.
You reviewed it multiple times?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I could, Judge, I would like to first play this clip fully through.
Hold on for 1 second, please. Sure. Is this 263 if we're looking at the exhibit list A?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Camera 7, 30 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Any objection, counsel?
To playing the video all the way through? No, Judge.
Okay.
I have no objection.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Now, I'm going to ask you to go to approximately 207. Actually, before we do that, can I just ask you a couple questions about what you see on that video in front of you?
Sure.
There's an area with a light there, correct?
Correct.
And what's around that light?
There's 3 pillars fixed to the home. Next to the pillars, there appears to be a large bush. That light that you're seeing on the top left center of the screen is a floodlight, and you can see bushes in the foreground.
Now, based upon your review of this video, did you determine an approximate location of where 27 Tilton would be located in this video?
Yes.
Can you see the actual home?
No.
Okay. Now, could you explain where 27 Tilton would be in relation to what we see on the screen?
If you take a look at the aerial map in conjunction with this video, the driveway of 27 Tilton would be in between the floodlight that you're seeing, just beneath it, and that bush would obscure a majority of the driveway, but there's an area in between where you can see, which would depict 27 Tilton.
And when you review this video, and/or when we just reviewed this video, did you see anything in that area?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you see?
There's a flickering of lights in that area that I just described.
Okay. Now, if I could go to 20723 approximately. Slow it down one notch. And I'm just going to, once we run it now, if you could just explain what it is you see.
Now, in the area I just described, you're seeing a flicker of light several times.
Okay. Can you pause it? What do we see now, Detective?
You see headlights.
You can keep going. And what is the direction of travel of that vehicle?
That is heading westbound on Tilton Drive in the direction of the cameras on 3rd Tilton.
Did the vehicle just leave the footage?
Yes.
Is that approximately 20744?
Correct.
Now, that vehicle, is there an intersection that that vehicle would be approaching based upon your review of that camera right there?
Yeah, if we just go back to the aerial map that we saw, there's an intersection with Green Grove Road and Tilton Drive. There's a stop sign. My bad.
I'm going to ask to put up S263B. Now, I'm going to pause it. Can I ask you what the time is here?
207:31 a.m.
And just general layout of what this camera is showing. Can you explain that?
This is pointing in the opposite direction of Channel 7. This is Channel 5. It's facing westbound on Tilton towards Green Grove Road.
I want to play the entirety of this clip now at normal speed. Now, I'm going to ask you to one.
So, Paul and Keith's security systems were conveniently not working around this time. Whoever did this failed to take into account that other people's security systems might not be affected.
And again, and I may pause it at a certain time. Can you pause it, please? Did you see anything on the footage at that point in time?
Yes.
And what's that?
There's a pickup truck parked in the driveway, and there is a reflection of lights coming at the pickup truck.
Now, based upon your review of this video, the two cameras from 30 Tilton, is there a degree of overlap?
Yes, there is.
Okay. They just show the same thing from different angles?
Correct.
Can you continue to play? Can you pause it? Can you back it up? Just back up a couple seconds. Can we back it up till the car's out of the frame? And then slow it down. You can play. There you go. Okay, Detective, based upon your review and what's on the screen in front of you, did you make any observations of that vehicle?
Yes.
And what was that?
I noted the vehicle's taillights.
Can we please circle it on this, or put a square around the taillights? Can we preserve that, please?
263B.1.
I think you can undo that now. Now, I'm just going to ask you to continue to run it. Can you tell us what time the vehicle, or what, right. Can you pause it? Now, right there, we're at 2:07:53 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And where is that vehicle right now based upon your review?
It's at the intersection of Tilton and Green Grove.
And is that about the time the clip ends?
Yes.
And what is the time again?
It's 2:07:53 a.m.
Now, given the degree of overlap, is it clear that that's the same vehicle that passes 30 Tilton through both cameras?
Yes, same vehicle on 7 and 5. Yes.
Now, you talked about another home in that area with surveillance, correct?
Yes.
And that was what address again?
308 Green Grove Road.
How many cameras were located on 308 Green Grove?
There's 2 cameras.
And can you tell us what they each showed generally?
Yes, one of the cameras is located over the garage, shooting down the driveway, which captures a portion of Tilton and Green Grove, the intersection. The other camera is located on the front of the home, pointing in a northward direction down Green Grove Road.
Okay. Now, I want to first direct your attention to 308 Green Grove, camera 3. Can I have S263C? Now, just before we begin to run that, can you tell us what time is depicted at the beginning of that clip?
2:07:37 a.m.
Now, I'm going to run it through once if we can.
Holy rolling stop, Batman. Not that I'm not guilty of a rolling stop or two, but that was not a stop at all.
That clip ended at approximately 2:08:01.
Right.
And now, that last clip from 30 Tilton, do you recall what time that ended?
2:07:53 a.m.
And this begins at what time?
2:07:37 a.m.
So is there a degree of overlap between these two cameras?
Yes.
Okay. Based upon that, did you determine whether or not it was the same vehicle or a different vehicle?
Yes, based upon that, the vehicle passing 30 Tilton is the same vehicle that's captured at 308 Green Grove.
Now, I want to play that video again. I'm going to pause it at a certain point. Can you back up just a notch? Okay. Now, the video is paused at 2:07:50, correct?
Correct.
Now, as the video is paused here, what does the camera depict?
It captures a clear side profile of the entire vehicle.
And based upon the pausing, you can now see certain features of the vehicle, is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, just want to direct the mouse to a certain portion of this vehicle. Directing the mouse to the lower portion of that vehicle. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you see there?
There's a darker area that goes across most of the bottom of the vehicle, in the area of the front and rear driver's side doors of the vehicle.
Okay. Now, just if I was to take the mouse again quickly and direct the mouse to the top of the vehicle. Can you explain anything that you saw there?
Yes, there's a certain curvature across the top of the vehicle from the front to the back.
Can you run that? Please. I'm just going to pause it right now. What do you see here?
The vehicle's taillights.
Can you put a little square around that? Now, to be clear, where is the vehicle located at 2:07:53?
It's at the stop sign at Tilton and Green Grove.
Now, you said 308 Green Grove. You can do that, I think. Did we catch that? I'm sorry.
No, 263.1, 263C.1, please.
Thank you. Okay, I was going to ask you, you indicated there's another camera on 308 Green Grove?
Yes.
That's camera what?
Channel 4, I believe.
Now, does that depict the part of Green Grove Road?
Yes.
Can I have S263D, please? Now, before we run it at all, can you tell us what time is depicted on that camera?
2:07:45 a.m.
Now, I'm going to play the video once through, okay? Now, I'd just like to slow it down one notch. And we can play it. I'm going to ask you to pause at a certain point. Pause it at 02:07:50, please. Just to be clear, we're paused at 02:07:52. Where's the vehicle?
The vehicle's approaching the stop sign at Tilton and Green Grove.
I'm going to keep running. I'm going to pause at approximately 02:07:54. What do you see there, Detective?
I see the vehicle's taillights turning onto Green Grove Road.
Could you put a square around that, please, the taillights? Reserve that, please.
263D.1.
Now, Detective, based upon your review of the two cameras from 30 Tilton and the two cameras from 308 Green Grove, was there a degree of time overlap?
Yes.
And based upon that, were you able to determine anything?
Yes, it's the same vehicle.
So that vehicle that we see at 2:07:55 a.m. on camera 4 of 308 Green Grove Road, what direction is it about to head?
I believe it's northbound on Green Grove.
You can undo that. You undo that.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Now, from a timeline perspective, did you then take a look at any cameras back in a different town?
Yes.
Where was that?
Back in Willowbrook.
Now, if I could I have
Now, Willowbrook is going to be over by Keith's house, so the house where the red rums happened and the full-blown arson.
263E? Now, just before we play this, can you indicate what we see on the screen?
This is the surveillance camera from 85 Willowbrook.
Now, this is the video that you mentioned reviewing, at least briefly, on the 20th, November 20th, 2018?
21st, I believe.
21st, sorry.
Yes.
It was secured by another detective?
Yes, Detective Scott.
Did you watch this and other video many times during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you tell us what time is depicted on the screen right now?
Yes, it's November 20th, 2018 at 2:23:51 a.m.
I'm going to first play this in its entirety. As far as the positioning of this camera, I think you talked about it earlier, but can you tell us where this camera is actually positioned?
Yeah, this camera's on a gate attached to the driveway. That's about roughly 15 yards of driveway. Then there's a gate, and there would be a longer driveway beyond the gate. This camera is on the west side of the driveway, trained out on the road on the east side, faced in a slightly western view.
Okay, was there a vehicle that we just watched on that footage?
Yes.
And what direction is that vehicle traveling?
It is heading westbound.
Now, can we just slow down one notch and then play it? I'm going to ask you to pause it at 2:23:57. Again, just to be clear, the direction of travel there?
It's westbound towards, which would be Route 34.
Now, can we go back just a couple seconds? I'm going to ask you to pause it at 2:23:58. Do you make any observations there, Detective?
Yes.
And what was that?
I could see the vehicle's taillights.
Can you put a square around that? You can let that play through.
Can we mark that as 263E.1? Can we undo the box, please?
Yes.
Now, can I just direct? Let's try that. You talked about 44 Willowbrook Road previously, correct?
Yes.
Now, the vehicle, as we just discussed, is heading westbound. Is that generally in the direction of 44 Willowbrook?
Yes.
Now, you obtained footage from 44 Willowbrook?
Yes.
Now, if I could just first, can I have S263F on the screen, please? Now, just to be clear, what do we see here?
This is video surveillance, a still image from 44 Willowbrook, dated 11/20/2018, 12/32/12.
Okay. And again, did you determine that that time was accurate?
Yes.
Now, right over here is the turnoff into Keith's house. So this is why they picked the security here, because you can clearly see that vehicle going into the driveway toward Keith's house.
Does that fairly and accurately depict, the viewpoint from 44 Willowbrook looking out towards the street and towards 15 Willowbrook?
Yes, it does.
Could I have 263G, please? Now, before we play it, what do you see on the screen right now?
This is a nighttime view of that same camera that we just observed during daylight hours. This camera, this view is timestamped 11/20/2018 at 2:27:35.
Is that AM?
Yes, AM.
Could we just play it through once, please? Could we just slow it down one notch? And then we'll just pause at 2:27:41. Detective, what do we see now?
The vehicle has entered the screen.
Okay. You can keep going, please. I should pause at approximately 47 seconds. Do you see anything in that video?
Yes.
What do you see?
The vehicle's taillights.
Okay, can you put a square on it? Can we capture it, please?
263G.1.
Now, Detective, before we go any further, I just want to ask you a couple questions because I want to discuss the accuracy of the times from the footage at 44 Willowbrook in comparison to 85 Willowbrook, okay?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us approximately how far 85 Willowbrook and 44 Willowbrook are apart?
About half a mile, approximately.
Now, did you, I think you've already said it, but did you review videos from these locations before and after the relevant times that we've discussed thus far?
Yes.
Now, with respect to other vehicles in those timeframes, let's say 10 minutes before, 10 minutes after, did you identify any other vehicles in those timeframes?
No.
On either camera?
No.
Now, you said previously that vehicle passed 85 Willowbrook at approximately 2:23:57?
Correct.
And another vehicle then passes 44 Willowbrook at 2:27:41. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that's based upon what we just saw here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the difference between the times that you calculated is what? Approximately
3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Now, if you know, what's the approximate drive time?
Approximate 40 to 45 seconds, depending on the speed of travel, but 40 miles an hour would be approximately 40 seconds or so.
So again, when we just watch footage from 85 Willowbrook, it was approximately 223 and change, correct?
Correct.
But now we're down the street at 227, right?
Correct.
Now, based upon the drive time and the distance, were you able to confirm the discrepancy of one of those cameras?
Yes.
And which one is that?
It would have been 85 Willowbrook within 3 minutes slow.
Okay, so 85 Willowbrook, the one we watched just previously?
Correct.
Is 3 minutes slow.
Slow.
So 226 would be what time?
I'm sorry, 220.
If 85 Willowbrook said 223, what would the time be?
It would be 226.57.
Now, having just watched this video from 44 Willowbrook, did you identify another clip from this camera that happened about an hour and 20 minutes later? And have you reviewed that video
Yes.
once or more than once?
Many times during the course of this investigation.
Could I have S263H, please? Could you undo that, Detective, before we...
An hour and 20 minutes to do all that destruction for money, allegedly.
Can I play it through once, please? Just going back to the beginning. What time is depicted on that camera?
So November 20th, 2018 at 3:48:03 a.m.
Can we slow it down one notch? I'm going to ask you to play it. Pause at approximately 3:48:18.
You know, everybody upgraded their security system after this happened. All the rich people who thought they had a really good security system looked at their footage and they're like, we need the ultra platinum double, I don't know, infrared.
Come back with just a couple notches. You see anything on that video, Detective?
Yes.
What do you see?
Vehicles, taillights.
Could you possibly put a box around them again? Could we also preserve that?
263H.1.
Now, if we could just run that through, I'm going to ask you what time the video clip ends.
It was stopped at 3:48.
Can you do that? Now, can I have 263I, please? Louise, come back. Pause it. Now, just to be clear, Detective, what are we looking at here?
This is 85 Willowbrook that we just viewed previously at a different time. The time depicted now is 3:45:46 a.m.
Okay, now based upon what we discussed a few moments ago regarding the time, can you tell us about...
No, Tammy Fayette, what we're looking at is basically the Porsche Macan being tracked on other Ring doorbell or Ring or security systems, not only leaving Paul's neighborhood, but entering Keith's driveway around the time that the power was shut off at Keith's house. Not only that, but then we have the same car leaving Keith's house about an hour and 30 minutes later, and we're going to be able to track that car by Ring cameras back to Paul's house prior to when the fire coincidentally started at Paul's house.
Approximately based upon your investigation and observations, what time would be correct on the screen right now?
If you advance it 3 minutes, it would be 3:48:46.
Now, can we play that through once, please? Can we slow that down one notch? We're gonna play it again.
Yeah, or if you're gonna crime, don't do it, Brian Koberger, in the only white Hyundai that's, in the locality. Don't do it, Paul Carino, in your Porsche, Pecan that no one else cares to lease. Again, Ford Focus. Say it with me. Ford Focus. You get the most ubiquitous car on the planet in the beigeiest beige, or if you're doing things at night, navy. Wait, why am I telling you guys that I've thought this through? Never mind. As we were.
Move that back a couple notches. Try it again. I'm gonna put. Now, Detective, what's the direction of travel of that vehicle at this time?
It's traveling eastbound on Willowbrook.
Okay. You can finish that. And just to be clear,
we haven't gotten to the car yet. I do know that there was evidence found in the car, but I can't recall from opening statement what all was found in the car. There was blood on clothing that was semi-burned in Paul's house, very close to where it appears a deliberate fire was started in his home to destroy evidence.
regarding the video that you just testified to on Willowbrook. You note that a vehicle passes 85 Willowbrook at approximately 2:27:57 and arrives at 44 Willowbrook at approximately 2:27:41. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then that vehicle later, or a vehicle later, leaves or passes through 44 Willowbrook at 3:48:16, correct?
Correct.
And arrives at 85 Willowbrook at about 3:45:56?
3:48:56.
3:48:56, sorry. Now, I want to take you back to Ocean Township, okay?
Yeah.
And I have 263J. Detective, can you just acquaint us with what we're looking at here again?
This is 308 Green Grove Road. Once again, this is the West Channel 4, which is looking out facing northbound down Green Grove Road.
Okay. Can we play that once through? Clip ends at about 4:08:29. That sound right?
Sorry?
The clip ends at about 4:08:29. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. Now, just play it through once again. I may pause it once or twice quickly. Keep it running. But what do we see here, Detective?
See a vehicle approaching, driving down Green Grove Road southbound, approaching the intersection of Tilton Drive.
And what does the vehicle do?
The vehicle makes a left-hand turn onto Tilton Drive.
Now, again, I think you said earlier there's another camera at 308 Green Grove, correct?
Correct.
Can I have S263K, please? Yeah, I'm going to play that through once, okay? Now, can we just slow that down one notch? We're going to play that again. As we're watching it, we see a vehicle on Green Grove?
Yes.
And the vehicle goes where?
It's approaching Tilton Drive and it makes a left-hand turn onto Tilton Drive.
Pause at 28, please, approximately. Now, I'm paused at 4:08:28 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you able to describe the color of the vehicle?
It's a light-colored vehicle.
And as far as the color in the vehicle, is there any differences?
The majority of the vehicle is light-colored, but along the bottom, again, the two passenger side doors this time, there's an area of dark coloring from the rear passenger door up through the front passenger.
Okay. And did you make any observations of the shape or anything of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what's that?
There's a curvature from the front to the back.
Okay. Now, that dark area along the bottom of the front and rear passenger side door,
Yes.
Was that a distinguishing feature that you discussed earlier along that same area of the vehicle at approximately 20750?
Yes.
And the curvature, was that similar?
Yes.
Can you go back just a couple seconds on that, Paul? Okay, we're starting at 40827. Pause at 40829, please. What do you see, Detective?
Taillights of the vehicle.
Can you put a square on that?
.263K.1.
Thank you, Judge. We preserve it. Just going to show you what's been marked as S264. Do you recognize that? Put this on.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and what is that?
This is two separate photographs. The top photograph is timestamped November 20th, 2018, 2:07:50 a.m. That's the still photograph we observed earlier during my testimony regarding a vehicle heading westbound on Tilton Drive.
I was going to say, what's depicted in the bottom of the photograph?
The bottom is a photograph taken at our storage yard of a Porsche Macan that belongs to Paul Caneiro.
Now, this is a two-page document?
Excuse me for a second. Sorry. We're just going to have to take a technical break right now. We're having an issue with our printer. Let's do our mid-afternoon break right now, if you don't mind, everybody. We'll be in for 15 minutes. You can do that a little slower, don't you think? Just give us a little help. Just kidding. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I thought they were getting ready to do something. They might be at a sidebar.
But we just didn't want to slow down the process. We put them on boots, and we're going to. So just so that you're aware, we had an issue with the printer. So what we're going to do now is, we may, if I say point 1.2, it's next to an exhibit, we're going to print it. You're just not going to print it here. We're going to print it in my chambers, and then we'll bring it back out. We'll have it marked for you later if it gets moved into evidence. But we just didn't want to slow down the process. We're putting in a new printer right now. Okay. That being said, prosecutor, when you're ready. And we've saved the last 4 that did have some issues, and they're going to be printed, and we'll make sure all counsel see it. If there's any issues, you guys can let me know.
Sure. I'm sorry if I broke the printer.
No, you're good.
Now, Detective, we were just talking about S264, and you discussed page 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to the second page of that document.
Sir.
Can you tell us what's depicted on there?
Yes, two separate photographs, top and bottom. The top picture is dated, stamped November 20, 2018, 4:08:28 a.m. It's a still photograph from the surveillance footage that we just viewed. The bottom photograph is a picture of a Porsche Macan that was taken from Paul Caneiro's home, 27 Tilton Drive. It's stored in our facility in the Montgomery Prosecutor's Office.
Sir. Yes.
I'm just going to ask if I could go to S1A, slide 173, please. Do you recognize that, Sergeant Mahoney?
Yes.
Okay, is that consistent with the photograph that we just discussed up there in S264?
Yes, it is.
Ridiculous.
Okay, again, just
No, sir.
Can you just explain what's depicted?
Sir, we are naming and shaming. Where is the remote? Because this is ridiculous. You should not be laying down like a newborn. Stop. The printer doesn't love you. We've had this conversation. This is non-consensual. The printer says no. You're never going to be allowed in Kinko's.
On that?
Yes, it's a top photograph, which is a still photograph taken from the surveillance footage that we just viewed, dated 11/20/2018 at 2:07:50 a.m., which depicts the vehicle that we discussed earlier. The bottom photograph is a photograph of a Porsche Macan, a white Porsche Macan that belongs to Paul Caneiro that was taken from his home in 27 Tilton, and it's stored in our storage facility at the Montgomery Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, so the bottom photo was taken in a facility belonging to the County of Monmouth?
Correct.
Can I have slide 174, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that again?
So the top photograph is a still photograph from the surveillance footage that we just viewed. It's stamped 11/20/2018 at 4:08:28 a.m. And the bottom photograph is depicts the passenger side of the same Porsche Macan that was taken from 27 Tilton Drive, which belonged to Paul Caneiro.
Let's just briefly have S1A, slide 19, please. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
What's that show?
That shows the photograph of the rear of the white Porsche Macan that was parked at 27 Tilton on the day of November 20th, 2018, when the Multnomah County Prosecutor's Office was on scene.
Now, lastly, we were talking about cameras at 308 Green Grove, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to next go to 263L. I could. Can you just, what time is depicted on that camera right now?
So November 20th, 2018 at 4:08:13 a.m.
You're the baby.
Now, can we just play that one through, please? Can we just play that through, and then I'm just going to ask you to pause it at 4:08:28? Can you just for the record, can you indicate the time?
It's 4:08:28 a.m.
Just want to show you again what's been marked as S264 identification. We just talked about this document, correct?
Yes.
And this is the second page of S264?
Yes.
And the time on the top of that picture is what?
4:08:28.
Is that the same time here?
Correct.
Okay. And this vehicle right here in S264, where is this car?
It's in front of 308 Green Grove's driveway on Tilton Drive.
Okay. It's heading towards what house?
27 Tilton Drive. Or 30 Tilton first.
Now 30 Tilton's on the screen right now?
Correct.
Okay, so 408:28 on S263L, does that appear to be the same vehicle?
Yes.
We can run that through. And ended about 408:34, is that accurate?
Yes.
I want to go to 263M, please. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen right now?
Yeah, this is 30 Tilton Drive surveillance camera channel number 7. The date and time on this one is 11/20/2018 at 4:08:30 a.m.
Can we just play that first through?
I know what you mean. Pretty much.
Slow that down one notch. We're going to play it again. Pause it at 40.
Paul, was there any
What do you see there,
evidence?
Detective?
I see rear tail lights of a vehicle. It appears the brake lights are activated.
Let's go back a little bit to 36. I'm paused at 4:37.
Yes.
What do you see there?
The vehicle.
Can you just put a box around it, please? Okay. Can you capture that?
263M.1.
Just want to make sure we capture it before we undo it. We okay?
It's printed in the chambers.
Now, just going to keep playing. I'm going to ask you to tell me to pause it if you see anything of significance based upon your review.
pause it.
Now, if we just go back like a second before we play it, can you just tell me why you said to pause it there?
There's a flicker of light that can be seen at around the 4:08:57 mark.
Okay. Can we play that again? Can we just go back just to be clear? Just gonna pause it at 4:08:54. I'm gonna play it again once we get off. You said it earlier, but based upon your testimony earlier and your review of this video, the area where we saw the flickering of lights is consistent with what?
It's consistent with the video that we watched earlier at the 2:08 hour that showed a flickering of light.
Thank you. Now, for purposes of your investigation, was there a point in time when you attempted to estimate the drive time between 27 Tilden and Willowbrook Drive in Coles Neck?
Yes.
And how'd you do that?
At first, I put directions into Google Maps to see what the approximate drive time would be.
And what was the approximate drive time?
There's several different routes you could take, but Google Maps indicated anywhere between 18 to 23 minutes drive time.
Okay. And did you drive it yourself?
I did.
Where did you start and where did you finish?
I started at 15 Willowbrook and I finished at 27 Tilden.
And approximately, how much time did it take?
Approximately 19 minutes. Excuse me.
Did you document that?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross?
Jack, good afternoon.
Councilor, good afternoon.
So let's just start here.
Now, I've heard that this is phenomenally stupid, so let's at least hear some phenomenal stupidness. But allegedly, according to the comments, this might be the dumbest cross yet. We're not going to watch the whole bit of it, but I've heard it's extremely dumb.
Obviously, we watched several different surveillance videos from different addresses this afternoon, right?
Yes.
One thing that we didn't, and we saw a vehicle or vehicles in each of those videos, right?
Yes.
One thing we didn't see in any of those videos was who was driving the vehicle that we were looking at, right?
That's correct.
So we were not able
Okay, who does Paul want to throw under the bus? His wife or his two daughters?
to see inside the vehicle, correct? Yeah. So we don't know who was driving the vehicle. We don't know how many people were in the vehicle. We don't know if there were passengers in the vehicle.
Can't see inside the vehicle.
We have cameras from the area of Tilton Drive in Ocean Township, right?
Yes.
We have cameras from the area of Willowbrook Road in Colesnick, right?
Yes.
Those two locations, those two roads, are roughly 20 minutes apart from one another by car.
Correct.
We did not see any surveillance video today anywhere in that journey between those two roads. Did we? We also know that you did a drive from Willowbrook to Tilton Drive, right? You took Willowbrook to Longbridge Road to do that drive, right?
Correct.
And then you went to Laird Road.
Correct.
And then you can.
All right, that's about all. But yes, no, you can't tell who actually drove the car. But, you know, Paul hasn't fessed up to being hounded by debt collectors or bookies or, you know, Scientologists. That would be, you know, a possible reason that someone other than him would be driving his car. Fine. Get one out for me as well, please.
Be correct to say
Can I see counsel just real quickly before you do anything with that photo? Just come on up for a second.
Okay, let's see what we were trying to get with this photo.
In terms of houses further down that road after that driveway, right? At the end of this driveway that you circled, we see what appears to be a structure.
At the end of, I'm sorry, leading up to this, we follow the long driveway?
Yes. Yes. At the time when you were conducting this canvas for surveillance videos back in 2018, did you go to that structure?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Was it occupied or unoccupied?
I don't know if there's, when I was there, I don't remember if I met with the homeowner or not, or if somebody was there.
You don't know if you met with anybody or not?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. When you go to a location and you're trying to talk to somebody and nobody's home or nobody answers, what do you typically do? As an investigator, what do you typically do?
Well, unlike your parents, ponytail lawyer, people generally call him back. Okay, that was mean. But he has tested the bounds of my ability to give him grace.
I'd get a car to go back.
Right. Okay. Did you leave a card?
No, I didn't, but I believe we had a canvas team that eventually did stop and speak with somebody at that home.
Okay. Now that fact is not in your report either, right?
I had nothing to do with it.
Well, nor is the fact that you went to that location.
Right. There's nobody there.
Sure, there could be people there or not, but I'm just saying in your report, you don't mention ever going to that location, right?
Defense, don't get all salty about reports. If the state didn't write them, then they don't have to turn them over. Just like if you didn't write them, you don't have to turn it over. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And you made that, the hill you wanted to die on yesterday.
Okay.
Don't you feel kind of stupid now?
After you went there and maybe left a card or not, we're not sure. It would have been up to somebody else other than yourself to try and go back to that location and make contact.
Well, there was a canvas team assembled. Their objective was to do.
That's the weird thing. These are both public defenders who are typically at least very trial savvy lawyers, at least procedurally, and, utilizing the limited resources that they have to make really good arguments if there are any. I don't know what the hell these public defenders do, because they act like they've never seen a courtroom before.
Just that.
Okay. Did you told us that it was not clear whether the house is occupied or not. I take that to mean that the canvas team didn't. The vehicle that you testified about is seen driving the opposite way, right? Yes. It's going back towards Long Bridge Road, right? That means that if that vehicle is the same vehicle from earlier, and if it pulled off and parked somewhere for this.
Oh my God, he pulled off and parked somewhere just to, sit in the middle, coincidentally near where his brother's house happened to burn down after they were red-rummed. Okay, state.
I think Mr. Murray asked you that you went there because that was identified as address of someone who called 911?
Correct.
About shots fired in early morning hours?
Yes.
Now, you saw the CAD report before, correct?
Yes.
You said you had no reason to disbelieve the accuracy of it, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember if the 911 caller said that he actually waited a little while before he called 911?
Yes, I do.
Did you document that in your report?
I believe I did.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S258 for identification. Do you recognize that? Okay. If I were to draw your attention to page 4 of 7, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that top paragraph, full paragraph, and then I'll ask you a question.
Sorry.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
And did he indicate, at this point, based upon his belief, what time he called 911?
Yes.
And that was what time?
326. Yeah.
You were asked about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say, investigatively, that you try to do the best you can in order to document things that you found in their times?
Yes.
And I didn't ask you any questions about whether or not you had a theory on the timeline and what happened, when, and those types of things, correct?
I did.
I believe you were asked about a video of a car passing 44 Willowbrook. Do you recall what time it was?
About 8:30 the night before.
Hey, was there another one, though? 2:46?
Oh, I'm sorry. 2:46 a.m.
You familiar with whether or not someone was actually seen physically on 15 Willowbrook property just before that time?
Sorry,
My question is this, and you may not know the answer investigatively, but at 2:46 a.m. on November 20th of 2018, do you know whether or not someone was actually depicted on the property on a camera just prior to that time?
No.
You don't know because that's not your role?
No.
Now, you were shown a bunch of pictures of 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Yes.
Did you know when they were taken? Now, is it fair to say that from what we saw on the surveillance from 44 Willowbrook, the person who killed everybody didn't just pull in the driveway?
That's correct.
And there was some other access points, correct?
Yes.
That are beyond the camera view?
Prosecutor, you just had pulled into a driveway. Which driveway are you talking about?
I'm sorry. I guess what my original question was, is it logical to believe that the person who killed everyone pulled into the driveway of 15 Willowbrook Drive in Coleston?
No.
Makes sense.
Judge Allen.
Any recalls, Mr. Murray?
Just briefly, Judge. First of all,
No, this will not be brief nor painless.
and so that's your handwriting, right? It is. Okay. Now,
Oh my God. Tristan, shut up. Oh God, what is...
26 a.m., right? Yes. And he called, and in his word, he called 911 a minute later, right?
My note says.
Okay. And like you said before, they'd be in your notes because most likely that's what he told you, right? You're writing down things as he's telling it to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. According to that CAD we saw today, that call was actually made at 3.
This man even looks handsome when he is befuddled as hell as to what the defense is getting at. That's not fair, sir. It's just not fair.
33, right? 3:33. Okay. No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Decker?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you your dinner break.
We're coming back?
Just seeing if you guys are paying attention. That's all. Just making sure.
Okay, so we are on to the next day, day 6. Because we are skipping the defense, I will break this up into 2 videos if you want to have them separated, but that's essentially where we're going next. We're getting so much accomplished when we don't have to listen to the defense.
Who here likes the 7-degree weather? Anybody? Really? You do? You're off. Just kidding.
Oh my Bob Ross, again, we are making this man the judge in every trial. It's what's going to happen now. I command it. Vote for me for president, and I will make this man preside over every single trial that I watch.
Just kidding. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We're back on the record. It's State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace.
What in the early 90s color palette is this? I feel like Ally McBeal and Pier 1 threw up on each other. Ew. Paul, I've never said this before to a man, but you're not an autumn. I didn't think anyone had to tell a man this, but you assuredly are not an autumn.
On behalf of the state.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Masterlone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Judge, good morning. Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. So, prosecutor, we ready to call our next witness?
Yes, sir. The state calls Lazaro Cardenas.
Okay.
Now, if I have sped forward on this correctly, this is going to be the witness that will explain to us kind of how the trust was set up. So not a very, probably Matlocky witness, but definitely a person that's going to explain to us why each and every one of Keith's family members had to pass away in order for Paul to get any money from the trust.
Lord, just watch your step. If you could just put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you sit down and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Lázaro Cárdenas, Cardede.
No, this is the cat whisperer guy. You can't fool me. This is the man that taught us what the slow blink means. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you obviously haven't spent time watching Animal Planet and My Cat Wants to Kill Me, which is actually kind of a fun show, even if you don't have cats. That being said, if you could, as much as one can train a cat, he's good at it.
NAS.
All right, thank you so much. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Actually, he's part Vulcan if you look from the side. Okay, I am sorry, sir, but those eyebrows are Spock-like. All you need is pointy ears. Have you ever gone to a Trekkie? Look, I'm more Star Wars than Trek, so I don't know. But I'm just saying, if you want to join a fandom and you don't want to have to put a lot of work into your look, a pair of pointy ears and you are a Vulcan. Put a little butt thing on your forehead and you're a Romulan.
Thank you so much. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a Chosen State's attorney.
Okay. Are you licensed to practice law in the state of New Jersey?
I am.
Okay. Any other states?
No.
Now, before we get too far into this, I just want to ask the court for permission to approach.
You can.
I'm going to show it. 24. Identification. Sir, I'm going to ask you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
Hey, princess, in new Star Trek, Vulcans may be emotional eaters. You never know. New Star Trek doesn't say or so Vulcans could be fluffy. They eat their feelings. That's why they use logic. Oh my God. Carbs equal no feelings equal logic. The keto diet has doomed us. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I will take, I'm willing to take any sponsorships by Big Carb, though. I am willing to get, sponsorship from Big Carb. Big Carbohydrate. Call me.
It's my CV, my resume.
Okay. CV, resume, two different ways to say the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, does that document your work experience?
Yes.
Does it document your education?
Yes.
Both in the legal field and also previous to that?
Correct.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately capture, your career, specifically your work career and your education?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I ask you, what year did you graduate law school?
Rutgers Law in Newark.
What year?
2013.
Now, did you have any work experience prior to going to law school?
Yes.
And what was that generally?
I was working at Prudential Insurance for the prior and during the law school for 18 years, 18 plus years.
Okay. Now, your experience at Prudential, did that relate to what you do now for a living?
It really doesn't.
Okay. What did you do at Prudential?
At Prudential, I was in corporate technologies. I was a director of technologies.
Okay. When you started at Prudential, did you have a college degree?
I did not.
Okay. Was there a point in time that you decided to further your education?
Yes, a few years into my life at Prudential, I decided to go back to college.
And where did you go to college?
Went to Brookdale first, and then Rutgers Newark undergrad.
Okay. What year did you graduate?
2008.
And what kind of degree did you get?
I have a degree in business and a degree in political science.
Now, once you graduated college, did you continue to work at Prudential?
I did.
Now, how long did you work at Prudential before you, or continue to work at Prudential until you decided that you might want to pursue a career in law?
About 4 years.
Okay. And how did you go about applying to law school?
Once I graduated from undergrad, I already had an idea I wanted to go to law school. So I had applied to law school during.
Okay, we're gonna. No offense to Mr. Insurance Trustologist, but we're gonna skip some of his CV.
Of the trust, and sometimes even multiple different trusts.
So you talked about revocable and irrevocable trusts. Can you tell us what those are and how they might be different?
So a revocable trust, the trustor, the person creating the trust, maintains controls of the assets and usually is the trustee of the trust and sometimes even the beneficiary of the trust. In an irrevocable trust, the trustor relinquishes that control to a third-party trustee, typically a family member, but it could be an entity as well that could manage those assets that are in the trust for the beneficiary of the beneficiaries, for the benefit of the beneficiaries.
Now, based upon your work as an attorney who practices with estate planning and trust creation and the like, are there typically reasons why someone would decide upon, or you would assist them with deciding upon a revocable trust versus an irrevocable trust, age, other factors?
Yes, typically people do a revocable trust to avoid probate is one of the reasons they do it, to create a form for multiple beneficiaries to continue to operate or own those assets beyond the death of the trustor. Irrevocable trust, often done for tax planning purposes, for Medicaid planning purposes, and it's also done to reduce the taxable estate of the trustor when they die.
Now, you talked a little bit about tax implications, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that plays an important role in estate planning?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, are you an accountant?
I am not, and we do not do tax advice, but we work closely with tax professionals.
Okay, so is it fair to say that your practice can sometimes be collaborative?
Yes.
And does that, I guess you've already said that includes tax professionals? Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
Just for the record. Does that also include any other, professional advisors?
Yes, so we work closely with either accountants, CPAs, financial planners. We often meet with them because our clients ask us to in creating an estate plan.
Okay. Are there times when someone might come to you without an accountant or without a financial advisor, and you would then suggest involving those types of professionals in the process?
Yes.
Now, just for purposes of the record, over the course of your legal career, you mentioned wills. Have you drafted wills?
Yes.
Could you approximately how many you've drafted?
Of wills.
Excuse me?
Hundreds of wills.
Okay. Now, power of attorney documents. Have you been engaged in creating those?
Yes.
And again, just so we understand, what's the purpose of a power of attorney document?
Power of attorney gives a person the ability to represent you in financial matters and court matters should you become incapacitated, but you're not dead.
Now, have you engaged over the
Incapacitated but not dead is the title of my memoir, coming soon.
course of the last 8 or so years in overall comprehensive estate planning for clients?
Yes.
And that includes, you said, trust, correct?
Yes.
And have you
I think we have figured out why the strategy on the defense is so ridiculous. I would like to point you to Exhibit A. The entire Jim Brewer-ness of these eyes. those eyes have not been fully wide open in years. I mean, it's speculation, but those look like they possibly are aware of what the kids call ganja, if you will. This man may or may not be a vegetarian of the devil's lettuce. Allegedly in Minecraft and only for humor purposes. Don't come at me. I'm never coming to New Jersey.
Created for clients, both revocable and irrevocable trust?
I have.
Now, have you ever been engaged by clients who already have wills or already have trusts and they're looking for advice for a variety of aspects?
Yes, sometimes people want to update their will. There's life-changing events that
Okay.
prompt.
As much as I'd love to learn about trustology, I would simply like to get to the point why he is here. He is basically here to kind of explain the trust in case the jury didn't understand it. But he's also going to explain how the benefit system works.
Of this expert is based actually exists. The value.
Now, have you ever been engaged by clients who already have wills or already have trusts and they're looking for advice for a variety of aspects?
Yes, sometimes people want to update trusts, trustee.
You mentioned changing a trustee, something.
Yes, it's much simpler to do with a revocable than irrevocable. Both can be modified, yes.
So it's more difficult when we're talking about an irrevocable trust.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that later, but in this case, you were asked to look at a trust, correct?
Yes.
And that was one that you did not create, correct?
Correct.
And what type of trust was that?
It was an irrevocable trust.
Okay, so that would have been the more difficult kind to change the trustee.
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would offer Mr. Cardenas as an expert in the field of trust law and administration, as well as estate planning and probate.
Any voir dire on this?
No, Judge, we're satisfied with Mr. Cardenas's experience and expertise.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I gave you this charge before. I'm going to give it to you, though, again. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to this case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to you in understanding the evidence presented and determining the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider each opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining this opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of this expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of this expert is based actually exists. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find that those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, are not true, or are true in only part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You, and you alone, are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the crimes charged. Everybody understand that charge?
Yes.
Thank you. He was now qualified in the field of trust law and administration and estate planning and probate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cardenas, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what specifically you were asked to do in this case, okay?
Yes, I was given a irrevocable trust to analyze and provide guidance as to the law and trust in New Jersey.
Okay. Now, as a result of that, we'll probably get there in a moment, but were you provided with a physical, actual trust agreement?
Yes, electronically.
Okay. Now, were you provided with significant factual details about this case?
I was not.
Okay. Now, as you said, your purpose was to take a look at the trust and provide some guidance as to what certain things mean in it, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to just approach with S26.
Irrevocable trust agreement.
And was that the document that you were provided with in order to analyze it?
Yes, it was.
Now, before we go any further, can you tell us what the date is of that document?
Yeah, it was created July 27th, 1999.
Okay. Now, as a result of your review of that trust agreement, did you ultimately prepare a report regarding the document?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to approach again.
Okay.
Callie, it's really kind of a defense mechanism because I suck at spelling and rarely catch the names. So I generally just put what they are.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S25 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the 24-page report I created once I analyzed the trust.
Okay. And like you said, that's a document that you created, correct?
Yes.
And what's the date of that?
That is July 28th, 2025.
Okay. Now, I'm going to leave that up here, but I would just say if you do need to refer to it at any point, just in case, just please indicate that you would need to refer to that so we know, okay?
Yes.
Now, we talked about previously what a trust is, so I'm not going to ask you that specifically. I think you explained it. You mentioned earlier terms like, you said settler or trustor. What does that mean?
Settler or trust.
Scanologist. And you know what? You are very important because now that they've made me become my own scanologist, if I have anything that is clearance, which is generally a lot of my stuff because I love hunting the clearance section, you try to scan that or cosmetics, and it's like, look, I'm not trying to steal them. I just can't get the little, thing to... Kroger is the worst. I love you, Kroger. I love your fresh idea card, but I hate your self-scanners. But I also don't like human interaction, so what are we going to do here? I'm going to need you to fix your clearance stickers, Kroger.
Or is the person that creates the trust.
Okay. And does the trust ultimately have something called a trustee?
Yes.
And what is a trustee?
A trustee is the person charged with managing the assets in the trust for the benefit of the beneficiaries.
Okay. And based upon your review of this particular trust that was created in 1999, who was the settler or the trustor of this?
It was Keith Caneiro.
Okay. And who was the trustee designated in the trust agreement?
The primary was Paul Caneiro.
Now, the document, the trust agreement, which I provided to you, which is S26, correct? The actual trust agreement?
Yes.
It's S26, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, was that document signed by anyone?
Yes.
And who was it signed by?
It was signed by the trustor, the creator, and also by the trustee.
Okay, no, that would be which people?
So, signed by Keith Canerio and Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, was it like notarized or anything like
Yeah,
that?
it was notarized with witnesses.
Now, is it customary in the state of New Jersey for the trustor and the trustee to both sign the document?
Yes,
Would that be the way that you would do it?
absolutely.
Okay. Now, this trust, did you determine whether or not it had beneficiaries?
Yes.
And who were the beneficiaries?
It was Jennifer Carides, which was the future wife, and any future children of the marriage.
Okay. So based upon your review of this document created in 1999, was Keith Caneiro married at this time?
He was not at the time of drafting, no.
And this is really essentially why they have brought this man in for this essential piece of information. Now, it does make logical sense and fits into the state's kind of idea for a motive for Paul. But basically, this witness was to kind of brought in to explain the trust a little bit more in depth, but mainly to explain that not only Keith had to pass away, because if only Keith passed away, then Jennifer would receive the benefit of the life insurance plan, minus the money that they owed for late payments, I think. If Jennifer and Keith had passed away, then the benefits would go into, I'm guessing, a trust account or some kind of guarded account for the children for their benefit. If one child were to survive, so on and so forth. So basically, this witness is here to explain why the state believes that Paul didn't just attack Keith, because you can kind of understand, you can make sense sort of that. You know, he was going to have to face the music. Keith was going to maybe kick him out of the businesses, maybe really look into the numbers. You can sort of get Keith, but to kind of make sense of the senseless, this is what the state has gone with. And I think it makes sense. I think most of us can understand this in a sort of ABC, kind of logical thing, even if it doesn't make sense in a human and you have a soul and you're not afraid of Satan kind of way.
And were you able to tell that based upon reading the draft alone?
Yes, there's a requirement that for Jennifer to qualify as a beneficiary, she would have to marry him within, I think, 2 years. It was 2001 or something.
Okay, and was there specifically a date in the document that's listed?
Yeah, there was a date in the document.
And is it your understanding, just based upon the minimal information provided, that they did get married?
It is my understanding they did ultimately fulfill that requirement, yes.
And I think, just to be clear, based upon what you said, at the time that Keith Caneiro created the document with counsel, he was not married, correct?
Correct.
And did he or did he not have children yet?
He did not at the time.
Does the trust agreement, I think you said it, but does it contemplate future children?
Yes.
And are those future children listed as potential beneficiaries?
Absolutely.
Now, are there, with respect to Jennifer, eventually to be Jennifer Caneiro, and eventually to be the children, is there any reference to the children's issue or anything along those lines?
So Jennifer did have a requirement to be married and not divorced, because if she was divorced, she would also be disinherited. But the children were always contemplated even before they existed.
How about the children's children?
Yeah, I believe there is a section there that it covers where if it says persterpes, which means that if one of the children were dead but they had children, that they would inherit as well.
Now, with respect to your review of this trust, did you kind of come up with like an overall theme based upon a reading of the document as to the settler's intent?
Yes, yeah, it was clear from the drafting that he intended to benefit his wife, but definitely his children that didn't exist at the time, but he intended for his children to be definitely benefit by this trust. There was no conditions for the children that he would have to take from this trust.
Okay, were there contingent beneficiaries?
There were.
Okay, what is a contingent beneficiary?
A contingent beneficiary takes based on a trigger set in the drafting of the trust. So something has to happen for that person to take this after the primaries.
Okay. And who are those people?
So that's Corey Canerio and Paul Caneiro, the alternate beneficiary.
Okay, so Paul Caneiro and Corey Caneiro.
Yes.
Were they 50-50 contingent beneficiaries or something else?
They are 50-50.
Now, assuming that Mr. and they had 2 children, if Keith Caneiro would pass away, who would benefit?
The widow and the children.
As it should be.
How would, under this trust agreement, how would contingent beneficiaries, Paul and Corey Caneiro, how would they benefit?
The only time they would benefit from the trust would be if or the children and the widow would also be deceased.
Now, with respect to that trust agreement, which is in front of you, S-26. I'm going to ask you to go to page 5. Can you do that? And is there Article 4 there?
Yes.
And what does that discuss?
It discusses the death of the settler.
Okay.
And who would take.
Now, are there provisions that start on page 6 regarding what you just discussed about contingent beneficiaries?
Yes.
Is that subsection A and subsection B?
Correct.
Okay. Can we have the back computer, please? Now, on the screen in front of you, is that subsection A and B that you just referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And subsection A talks about what?
It talks about what Paul will receive if the spouse and the children do not survive.
Okay. And subsection B?
It talks about Corey's 50%.
Okay. And to be clear, subsection A, subsection B, one relates to Paul, one relates to Corey, correct?
Correct.
And are they otherwise identical, essentially?
Yes, essentially.
So they're 50-50, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a contingent beneficiary, did Corey Caneiro sign this document?
No, beneficiaries usually don't.
Did Jennifer Caneiro sign it?
No.
And obviously the kids didn't because they weren't born yet, right?
Correct.
What do you think? Now, I think at some point you were provided with information that strike that, we just start here. What was the trust originally funded with in 1999?
The original assets in the trust was $1,000.
Okay. Did you learn later that there became a life insurance policy attached to it?
Yeah, there's some provision in the trust that allow for, life insurance policy, which is very common, or other assets to be introduced to the trust or transferred to the trust.
What types of other assets can be attached to a trust?
It could be bank accounts, could be real estate, could be cars, could be any asset that they want to transfer.
Grandma's collection of Beanie Babies, including the Princess Di one.
Now, we talked about it earlier, but this was an irrevocable trust, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talk generally about, I think, asset protection in the trust context. Can you just tell us how that works or is supposed to work?
So in an irrevocable trust, once you transfer the assets, they're protected from creditors, they're protected from bankruptcy, they're protected from lawsuits. So that would have protected Keith from that. This trust also protects the beneficiaries from that as well. There's a spendthrift clause that does that.
What's a spendthrift clause?
It's a clause that you typically put in trust that does not allow the beneficiaries to be sued for future benefits that they might receive from the trust. So they don't have that, what's in the trust, they can pledge that for future, so they can't be sued under that for the benefit they have for the trust, on the trust.
Now, ultimately, the property that's covered by the trust agreement, if someone passes away, does it become part of taxable estate at that point?
It does not.
Okay, and is that part of the point of creating a trust?
That is part of it, yes.
Now, that specific idea, is that codified in the IRS code?
Yes.
So that's just part of laws here in the United States?
Yes.
Now, going back to like 1999, obviously you were not there when this trust was created, correct?
Correct.
Now, but are you able to tell us, once Keith Caneiro created this irrevocable trust, what happens?
So once he created it, there was an insurance policy. I understand he also created at some point after that was the beneficiary was the trust, and he was through this trust. There was a bank account as well that was he was putting money into to pay for that the fees for the life insurance.
Okay. So there's a bank account that's designed to fund the life insurance?
Yes, it's attached to the trust.
You weren't asked to look at the life insurance, though, correct?
I did not look at the life insurance, no.
Now, as far as Keith Caneiro's control of the trust once it's created, how does that work?
He does not maintain any control over the assets in the trust or the trust itself. He relinquishes all control to the trustee.
And the trustee being who?
Paul.
Now, we mentioned it briefly, but if Keith Caneiro or any trustee in a document like this, irrevocable trust, decides that he wants to change the trustee, how does that work?
The only people who have power to change the trustee in an irrevocable trust are the beneficiaries. So the beneficiaries could either request for the trustee to step down and name someone else, there was a provision in there, or go to court and have a judge remove the trustee.
Okay. But a trustee can decide, okay, I'll step down?
Yes, there was a provision in this trust for that as well. And Corey would have been the alternate.
Okay. As far as trustee powers and responsibilities within the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement. Can you describe that?
Yes, I mean, the trustee in this trust had wide latitude, a lot of power and a lot of leeway. It was drafted with that in mind, no question about it.
So it grants the trustee, Paul Caneiro, broad powers.
Broad powers, yes.
Now, with the idea that the trustee has exceptionally broad powers, is there any sort of flip side to that?
Yes, I mean, the trustee's primary responsibility is to manage the assets in the trust for the benefit of the beneficiaries. That's the top priority. But as more latitude and more broad powers are given to that trustee, that responsibility increases as well.
Power, responsibility kind of thing?
Yes.
Now, administrative powers to the trustee in this trust, are they discussed?
Yes.
Okay, and what types of things are discussed in that regard?
Well, they have the power to hire professionals like accountants, make sure they file taxes, make sure they can hire financial advisors if there was accounts there that needed that, attorneys if they needed to do any modifications. So there's wide latitude.
Okay, so the trustee can hire qualified professionals for advice and things like that?
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying that happened, but if it were to happen, who pays for that?
Typically, the trust would have some funding for that, but it would be the trust money would be used for that.
Okay. So it wouldn't have to come out of the trustee's pocket?
No.
Now, under the terms of this trust agreement and potentially others, is the trustee entitled to compensation?
Yes.
Okay, is that discussed specifically in the trust agreement?
Yeah, there is a paragraph that talks about that. It leaves it up to the statute. There's a New Jersey statute that defines trustee compensation.
Okay. Is that a statute that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Is that something that you use in your daily practice?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just draw your attention to page 10 of the trust agreement, S26? Is there an area there that talks about compensation of trustee?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you discussed in your report?
Yes.
Can I just go to the back computer again? Now, on the screen in front of you, do you see that provision for compensation of trustee?
I do.
Okay. And can you just tell us what that actually means?
It means that the settlor did contemplate the trustee being compensated for his work as a trustee, and that he left it up to the laws of New Jersey, which would fall on the statute to define what that compensation is.
Okay. Is there another, a little bit more specific provision that's discussed regarding compensation or the potential for compensation? You recall?
As to the requirement if they receive the compensations, or?
Sure.
Yes, I mean, there's another section that talks about what's required if the trustee receives any funds from the trust.
Okay. Just going to show you that trust agreement from.
Okay, so he's going to continue to kind of go into the nitty-gritty of this, but he's basically explained kind of the big thing that the state wanted him there for. Oh, dear Lord, let's see what Tristan, the ponytail lawyer, is trying to babble about.
Ross?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cardenas.
Good morning.
So, during the voir dire component of your testimony, you mentioned how even though you're an attorney working in trust and estates law on a very regular basis, you still bring in other professionals to help assist you and your clients in your work, right?
Yes,
And that would include tax professionals, right, and CPAs.
that's correct, because I'm not qualified for tax advice.
This is a pretty complicated area of law, right?
Yes.
I mean, it involves,
Sir, so is criminal law in theory, but you seem to be smooth-brained. Yes, he is still at, let me double check. Nope, this is actually single speed. Holy crap. No wonder I was like, good Lord, why is this so slow?
involves issues about probate, about contracts, about tax. Like, all these different areas kind of converge when we're talking about trust and estate planning, right?
Yes.
Which is why you didn't go into it, Cletus. Move on.
So even though you're a legal expert, that may not be enough to fully advise and inform your clients about what is in their best interest.
As it relates to trust drafting, yes. As it relates to how to maximize tax savings, probably not. That's why we bring in other professionals.
I think the point I'm trying to make is just that this is complicated, right?
Yes.
And to be a trustee, a person does not need to be a lawyer, right?
There's no qualification for a trustee.
There's no requirement that they be an accountant or have a finance background, right?
Correct.
There's no requirement that they take a test to demonstrate that they're qualified to be a trustee, right?
Correct.
There is no
Make yourself at
assessment
home.
to confirm that they are aware of the applicable laws of the state of New Jersey regarding trust administration, right?
Correct.
There's, a person doesn't need to know or demonstrate they know New Jersey law or anything about the Uniform Trust Code to
No, they should just be fiduciarily responsible and not embezzlers of the highest order. Yeah, you don't need to take a test, although they really should have had you take a test before you attempted to lawyer. I would have thought that they would have weeded you out. All right, well, that's all I can take from him on this witness. Oh, let's see why we went to sidebar.
It's typically that people do that.
and that the trust account in this case was used to pay premiums to the insurance policy.
Yes.
And would it be correct to say that transfers, that there shouldn't be transfers from the trust account to the business account held by Keith and Paul?
Objection, Judge, this has nothing to do with this testimony at all.
Yeah.
Can we come in?
What he's trying to do is to bring in that it did seem as though money was very fungible, kind of from either side of the business to the trust, which could have been a function of them growing, payroll. I'm not a businessologist, but I know that there's a lot of things involved in running a business. Thank you, Rosalind Duke. Welcome, Raiders. We are simply catching a short detour into the defense's cross to hear them, or not hear them, get yelled at by the judge. This defense would have been better if taken up by Darrell Brooks and Sarah Boone. So we are simply doing the state's testimony, or the state's witnesses. We are still in the state's case in chief. We're on day 6. Now, this is a quadruple homicide case, and it does involve 2 younger children. So I will try to give you guys warning if there's going to be a witness coming up that might have emotional or uncomfortable testimony, because, y'all, we just got done with Uvalde. The real reason I picked this case is because the judge is done with the ever-living stupidity, the monument to midget minds that is this defense. So that's kind of why I picked this, because the judge is roasting the stupid. Now, the state hasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt yet that Paul Dunn did this, but we have watched videographic evidence of his very distinctive car both leaving his neighborhood and entering his brother's neighborhood, staying there during the time that the power cut out and these red rums allegedly happened, and leaving about an hour and a half later and then returning to his driveway. So basically all the evidence. He is the Chandler Halderson of New Jersey. He is also somehow...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sustain the objection. You guys were smiling. I make you laugh, you can't give me one? One right back to me? Nothing? All right, that's fair, that's fair. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our 15-minute break. Why don't you go in, take a break, do what you need to do. If you're running 5 minutes behind, we got you. But otherwise, we'll be back out somewhere in the area of 10:25, 10:30. Thank you.
And yeah, you know, just the same night. So this has been Princess. Yeah, he kind of did. Like I said, this is not going to be easy testimony when we do get into what happened to the victims, because there were multiple stab wounds on the children, and then the assailant, Paul, allegedly in Minecraft, then set a slow burning fire. Now, when the medical examiner does testify, there will be evidence that the children both had smoke in their lungs, indicating that, now, again, they had multiple stab wounds and quite severe wounds. So I don't know that anything short of immediate, like, life flight to a level 1 trauma center would have saved their lives even then. But there were indications that the children were both at least alive while the fire was burning.
Very broadly, that the implication of this irrevocable trust is obviously that the settler, in terms of any property put into the trust itself, that the settler should not thereafter be using that property for their own purposes.
That's correct.
Okay. What if the settler, though, is the parent of beneficiaries of the trust?
So the beneficiaries of the trust will still be entitled to trust property as per the language of the trust, but not to benefit their parent per se, or their guardian.
Is there a way that the settler could access funds for the benefit of the children who are beneficiaries?
There's a way the beneficiary can access it, school, medical, college.
All right, so it sounds like you're saying
that was a good
the settler really can't have any kind of hands.
All right. Again, the defense is going nowhere with this. Regardless of whether Keith intermingled business money and trust money, really isn't at all in question here. What is in question, what is not in question, is evidence that Paul, as the trustee of the account, embezzled $78,000 from it. So we are going to skip right into the state's next witness, because the defense is doing, if you are watching the Banfield trial, these defenses might be twins. The amount of restating the state's direct and asking ridiculous questions, I dealt with it for 5 days and I'm done.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. If you don't mind just watching your step as you step up there, if you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, can you please sit down, get comfortable? and then state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Dennis Corpora, Corpora.
Okay. Sir, I'm just going to ask you, if you don't mind, to keep your voice up. Jurors number 15 and 16 need to hear you over there, okay? Over here.
Okay.
You see that? Okay, great. Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. The last witness took the files.
Okay.
Now, to orient you to this, because this is kind of a confusing trial, Paul is the defendant in this case. He was in a business partnership with his brother Keith. Keith and his family, his wife and 2 children, were the victims of this case. Someone very shortly after Keith learned for the second or third time that the trust money was not being used to pay his life insurance policy, and he wanted to confront Paul about it. That very evening, someone went to Keith's house at around 3 a.m., cut the power and cut the backup generator, kind of disabled the backup generator, causing Keith to go outside to check what was going on with the electricity. Whoever disabled that was waiting for him and shot him 4 or 5 times. He then went inside where we're not sure who he met first, but the wife was shot and stabbed. The son, the 11-year-old, was stabbed in the kitchen, and the 8-year-old little girl was stabbed multiple times and left on the second landing, the second floor landing. Whoever did this after they were done with that went down into the basement and started a slow burning fire. Because of Keith living in sort of the rich part of of New Jersey, the house was bigger, and it was set back with a bit of land and trees around it. So it took until approximately 12 p.m. until someone noticed that the house was smoking. Now, I also think that the house was constructed with cement, so I think it was less noticeable that it was starting to catch until it really caught. Basically, a landscaper and a neighbor went over, saw Keith's body, called 911. Now, this particular witness heard 4 or 5 shots around 3 a.m. in the morning. He lived approximately 2 miles away from Keith. He did call 911, and they did dispatch patrol officers to try to find the location of the shots, but unfortunately, with the way sound travels, they were not able to link it to Keith's house, potentially stopping this.
Shikabor, can you tell us where you live?
I live in Colts Neck.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm an optician.
Okay. Where do you work? Like, which state do you work in?
I have practices in New York and New Jersey.
Okay. Now, I want to just take you back to November 20th of 2018 in the early morning hours. Do you remember that time frame?
I do.
And how do you remember that?
I remember what happened.
Okay, so let's start there. Did something happen in the early morning hours that required you to make a phone call?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
I was lying in bed. I'm a very light sleeper. I seem to hear things all the time, if there's a deer out there or something like that. And I heard gunshots that were very concerning, and that's what woke me up.
So you're lying in bed, you heard gunshots, and based upon that, did you immediately call 911?
No.
Okay, talk about what happened.
So,
Heather May, I think to put this as delicately as I can, with the mother, she was burned beyond recognition, but because she was shot in the head, there were indications of that, as well as sharp, kind of incised wounds on her bones and on the structure of the skins that was still there. there were indications of foul play. So I don't think that had the fire continued to burn, because again, to be as delicate as I can, the little girl sustained, I believe, 67 or 48. Those are the two numbers. Individual stab wounds, several being directly to her face, because of the way the bones are and how easy it would be to also damage the bone. I don't think there's any way beyond fully cremating these victims that a fire would have destroyed all evidence.
So when I heard the gunshots, living in Colston, you do hear gunshots sometimes, but they're not like this. I woke up, I heard the gunshots, and I listened a little bit longer, and I said to myself, can I say what I said to myself?
That's up to the judge.
I talk to myself all the time. I don't know if that's the right thing to do or not. But all kidding aside, whatever.
I love this judge. He's very good. You can tell a lot of these witnesses are nervous, anxious, and he's done things like this to kind of help them feel a bit more comfortable, especially the lay witnesses.
Whatever you did,
serious.
Yeah, whatever you did, then go ahead.
I woke up, I heard the shots, and I said, someone just got whacked. Those are the words I said to myself, those exact words.
Oh my God, is this man me? Because that is what, every time I hear whichever one of my neighbors in this rural area, letting off freedom seeds, I'm like, somebody's filling up their basement. Allegedly in Minecraft, look, it's more likely that they've seen deer out of season. Allegedly in Minecraft. Not that I...
Okay.
Now, you didn't see anything, correct?
No, I was laying in bed.
Okay. Approximately how long did you wait before you called 911?
Well, I heard the shots. I remember listening to hear if I heard any screaming after that. My cell phone was on the side, on my nightstand right next to me, on my right-hand side. I screenshot, just the cell phone shows a time. I screenshot it, and then I went back to rest my eyes, and I said to myself, something happened at this exact time. Tomorrow morning, that's why you're taking the screenshot. I waited a little while. I just couldn't go back to sleep. I made a phone call. The Colsack Police Department, I'm not sure if it was Colsack Police Department 911, I was on my phone, and I explained to them I heard gunshots. I didn't want to say exactly what I was thinking, so I kind of went around the bush and said, do we allow hunting in the middle of the night? Meanwhile, I knew that wasn't what it is. I could tell the difference in the shots. And I called it in.
The judge actually asked, he has the ability and has done asked questions of the witness, kind of just sua sponte, as he pleases. So it has been interesting. Sometimes I think he wants to clarify something for himself, or he's been really good at kind of watching the jury. So if they look a bit confused, he might clarify something. So typically if he's on the bench over here, I'll try to tell you if the jury's not in there. But most of these, when he's asked to clarify things, or he's, just kind of chit-chatted with the jury, they've been in there, or with the witnesses.
And I went back to bed. I couldn't sleep. I called them back again because it was bothering me that something happened at this exact time. And they said we didn't find anything.
So, fair to say, you just described making two separate...
Major Mom, I believe that judges can ask to have things clarified. Now, the level to which they do it might be a personal preference. This judge seems very meticulous about making sure that the evidence list is correct and orderly, and that things are named correctly, labeled correctly, and put into the record with the right numbers and the right notations. So he does seem to kind of interject more than other judges, but not being a lawyer, I haven't noticed anything it hasn't been to the point where I think it's something that has like the power to do in New Jersey that other judges don't have, because it has been along the same lines as things that I've heard other judges say in different localities. He just seems to be more vocal in wanting clarifications on things.
Phone calls?
Yeah, there were two. I just knew something happened. I just had that feeling something happened. So I called back again because I was interested in what happened.
Okay. Now, do you recall approximately what time you heard the shots and/or what time you called 911?
I tried to look through my phone for the last few. I can't find my screenshot, but it was 3:20 something as I remember it. I heard the gunshots. I sat for a while, laid down for a while. I waited. I took the screenshot. I went back to closing my eyes, and then I called 911.
Now, prior to testifying in court today, did you review the 911 calls with us?
Yes.
And when you listened to those 911 calls, did they fairly and accurately capture your recollection of the phone conversation with 911?
It was definitely me speaking the 911 call, and I heard what I said. That was me speaking on the phone.
Okay, so that was you on both phone calls?
That was me on both phone calls, yes.
Now, I just want to approach with S-256. Just going to show you what's been marked as S-256 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I mean, it's just my name and 911 call.
Okay. Now, have you reviewed, as we said, the 911 calls that you made on November 20th of 2018? Have you reviewed them prior to that?
Oh, yes.
I know I asked you that already, I'm sorry.
I was in a room where they were playing to me, yes. I don't have a copy of them.
Okay. Now, Judge, I would just ask for permission to publish, play the 911 call, the first one first.
Just give me the number one more time.
I'm sorry, S-256?
S-256.
Is this what happened to the husband from Mad About You? Where's Helen Hunter? No, it's not Helen Hunt. Oh, I don't remember.
6.
Would be A and a B.
Any objection? Okay, go ahead.
Hi.
We start, yeah, sorry.
Colton Police, Operator Ward.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Do you have something in the middle of the night in Tulsa?
No, you're not allowed to hunt anywhere in the middle of the night. Are you hearing gunshots?
I heard gunshots, yeah.
Okay, where are you? Let me send somebody to the area.
Silence and River's Edge.
Okay, you don't see anything, you just hear it?
I was in bed, clearly I heard pop, and then one boom. It's just clearly a gunshot.
Okay, absolutely. We'll send somebody right over to the area. And you said you can't see a car or anything that would be involved or anything like that, right? It's pretty dark.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What street are you on, just so we can get a reference point?
River's Edge.
You're on River's
Edge. I can face the River's Edge and find some kind of great way. Just to see right.
And how many of them did you hear?
It was that 5.
Five.
And then 2 seconds, 8, and 1 more.
Okay, let me send somebody where you're at there. Can I just get your name for my record?
Dennis Clifford.
And what's your telephone number, Dennis? Just for my record, we're not going to call you. Okay, and you don't want to speak to an officer, you just wanted the area checked, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it would be, if it was something that we took out of D, I'd still put it on your side, right? I just don't want anyone else getting shot.
Yeah, let me just double check and make sure. No, I don't think if it was an officer putting down a deer, it would go off that much. And I don't see them doing anything right now. Yeah, so it's not an officer putting a deer down. All right, we'll send somebody right out. Thanks so much for reporting it, Dennis. Have a good morning.
Have a great day.
You too. Thanks. Bye-bye.
So was that you on the call?
That was me on the call.
Okay. And they asked you about your location, correct?
They did.
And what location did you provide to them and why?
I said Rivers Edge Drive and Phalanx, because that's pretty much where I live. I gave them like cross streets.
Now, was it fair to say on that call that you were asked to describe, like, what you heard and, like, how many shots you heard?
She did say, "What did you hear?"
Okay. And did you describe the succession of shots on that call?
I've heard that I did describe it.
Now, after you made the call right here, did you have any contact with police officers? Like, did they come directly to your house?
2 officers came to my house.
Okay. Now, did you get any information at that time, or did you have to call 911 back to find out what ultimately happened?
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
I didn't understand. I didn't understand the question.
Okay. Let me just talk to you about November 20th, 2018. You called 911, correct?
Yes.
We just listened to it, right?
Yes.
Right after you called 911, did a police officer come to your house?
No.
Okay. Because you didn't see any police officers, did you later call back to try to find out what happened?
I tried to find out what happened.
Okay. And have you reviewed that second call?
I believe I heard that second call as well.
Okay. I'm going to play S256B this time.
No objection.
Okay. Who we played?
Colson Police Operator 185.
Hi, it's actually Dennis DeFleur again, but I called Gunshot before.
Okay.
Was everything okay?
And you said, what was the address that you were calling for?
I called from River's Edge and Phalanx about the gunshots that I heard.
Yeah, what was the address that you put? It was just Phalanx?
It was Phalanx and River's Edge Drive. I heard gunshots. I called in like maybe 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's a disposition they wrote or not.
Oh, okay. So I heard sirens now, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm nervous.
It was unfounded. They didn't find anything.
Okay, just thank you so much for your time.
No problem. Have a good night.
Mr. Kapoor, was that you again on the 911 call?
That was me.
Okay. And at the end of that call, did they tell you the disposition of your 911 call?
They said unfounded.
Okay. No further questions.
Any cross?
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Kapoor.
And nope.
Captain Brian Weisbrot.
Good morning, sir. Can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sure. Brian Weisbrot, Weisbrot.
Okay, if you can make yourself comfortable, just please make sure you speak up so juror number 15 and 16 can hear you, okay? All right, thank you. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Captain, can you tell us where you work?
Sure. I'm employed with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, approximately how long have you been employed with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Approximately 13 years.
Okay. Now, did you have any prior law enforcement experience when you came to the prosecutor's office?
I did. Prior to coming to Monmouth County, I was a detective in the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office for approximately 10 years. Prior to that, I worked as a police officer with the U.S. Capitol Police Department in Washington, D.C., and I also served as a Class 2 Special Police Officer for the City of Long Branch Police Department and the Avon Police Department.
Okay, so you started with Long Branch Police Department as a Class 2 Special?
I did, yes.
And then you went to Capitol Police in D.C.?
Avon Police
Avon?
first? Yeah.
And the Capitol Police?
Correct.
Okay. And then you came back to New Jersey, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention back to November 20th of 2018. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And where were you assigned at that point in time in your career?
I was assigned as a detective in our Major Crimes Bureau, and I was working out of our Asbury Park Satellite Office.
Okay, and the Asbury Park Satellite Office of the Prosecutor's Office does what?
The primary function is to investigate crimes that occur within the Asbury Park and surrounding areas. Neptune Township, Ocean Township is one of those towns, and a lot of the shore communities as well.
Okay. Now, on November 20th, 2018 in the morning, did you...
It's kind of the express part of the petty express. Now, I will say that for probably the first day of the Banfield, at least to get an idea of what the defense will be doing, I'll probably at least listen to the first day in parts. But once I get the general idea that you're not competent, we skip through it.
Receive a call and ask to respond to a location?
Yes, I did. I received a call at approximately 7:30 in the morning from Sergeant Michael Magliozzo who was the supervisor at the prosecutor's office, requesting that I respond to assist the Ocean Township Police Department with the fire investigation.
Okay, did you ultimately respond there?
I did, yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you got there?
8:30 a.m.
Now, when you got to the scene, if you didn't say, what was the location, the address?
27 Tilton Drive in Ocean.
And when you got there, did you meet with other police officers or fire officials or anyone to determine kind of what they knew at that point?
Yes, I did. I was, when I arrived, I had met with Detective Christopher Brady from the Ocean Township Police Department, as well as fire officials that were on scene.
Okay. Now, did that include...
Now, for those of you coming in, this was kind of a tri-part investigation. There was the investigation of the crime scene at Keith's house, the investigation of the crime scene at Paul's house to include several vehicles, and then there was the investigation done by the DA's office, kind of think Canton. They kind of oversaw. So we've had several kind of lead detectives, and they all kind of work together. So it's a bit like the Uvalde case in that it's a bit piecemeal, but there was a lot of coordination and thought out coordination between all the investigative parts.
Representatives from Monmouth County Fire Marshal's office. Right. Now, were you made aware of the approximate time of the call to that location?
Yes, I was.
And what time is that?
4:59 a.m.
Okay, and was relating to, what was the actual nature of the call?
So there was 2 calls for service. The first came in from Alarm Relay, which is an alarm company that was providing service to 27 Tilton Drive. That was for a report of a fire alarm activation. And the second call came in from one of the residents of 27 Tilton Drive reporting fire and smoke in the home.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you learn that police and fire responded to that location?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you arrived on scene after getting some information about the call, things that happened prior to you getting there, did you make any observations at that location or any vehicles that were present at 27 Tilton?
Yes, I did. I took note that there were some fire vehicles that were still on scene there.
Okay. Were there any vehicles in the driveway of 27 Tilton?
Yes, there were 3 vehicles.
Okay. Do you recall what they were generally?
I do, yes.
Can you tell us?
Sure. There was a white Porsche Macan. There was a white Porsche 911 Carrera with a red convertible top, and there was a Jeep Wrangler that was gray in color.
Now, at some point after being at the scene, were you at some point directed to one of the homeowners?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And did you approach him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with anyone when you did?
Detective Christopher Brady.
Okay. Now, at approximately 9:50 a.m. that morning, is that about accurate when you approached Mr. Caneiro with Detective Brady?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that interaction?
To ask Mr. Caneiro if he would provide consent for us to search the Porsche Macan that was parked in the driveway of the residence.
Okay. And how does that happen? Asking for Mr. Caneiro's consent to search the car. How do you do that?
We had explained to Mr. Caneiro that there appeared to be burn patterns on the hood of the car, and that we wanted to check inside the car to make sure that the fire didn't extend into the engine compartment. And when Mr. Caneiro had indicated that he would provide us with consent, I then produced a consent to search form and reviewed the form with Mr. Caneiro to ensure that he understood what his rights were pertaining to that consent.
I'm going to report you with S93 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
This is the consent to search form that I had reviewed with Mr. Paul Caneiro.
Okay. And is that actually read to Mr. Caneiro? How does that work?
Yes, it is. I produced the form. I wrote on the form Paul Caneiro's name, and I also wrote on the form that we were requesting permission to search a motor vehicle, and I wrote Porsche Macan bearing New Jersey registration DCH 3105, white in color.
Okay. Now, underneath the description of that vehicle you just described, it says, I've been advised of and understand the following, correct?
Correct.
Can you read what you read to him?
Sure. I have been advised of and understand the following, and I read, I have the right to refuse to allow police to conduct a search. After I read that right, I asked Mr. Caneiro to place his initials next to that line. Once he did that, I read line number 2, I have the right to revoke my consent to search at any time and may stop the search at any time. After I read that line to Mr. Caneiro, I had him place his initials on the line, which he did, and then proceeded to read line 3. I have the right to be present while the search is conducted, and there's an option to circle either I waive or do not waive this right. And I explained to Mr. Caneiro what waive versus do not waive means. Waiving the right would mean that he wouldn't necessarily have to be present for the search. If he did not waive, he was basically advising that he wanted to be present while the search took place. I explained that to Mr. Caneiro and asked him to circle on the form whether he waives or does not waive. He circled I waive, And then he was requested to place his initials on that line as well, which he did.
Now, getting back to that waive versus not waive, I don't want to overcomplicate this, but is that circled correctly on that form, or is it circled in error?
It was circled in error by Mr. Caneiro.
Okay, and so what was Mr. Caneiro's statement to you regarding whether or not he wanted to be present versus not wanted to be present?
He had told us that he wanted to be present for the search.
Okay, of the McCann, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, it then goes on to say what?
I authorize the police officers and retain any items of evidential value which they consider pertinent to their investigation. I understand that I will be given a receipt of anything which is taken as evidence by the police. I asked Mr. Caneiro to place his initials next to that line, if he understood what I had read to him. The next line says, I have given this permission voluntarily of my own free will, without coercion, fear, or threat. And I had asked Mr. Caneiro to place his initials next to that line after he voluntarily provided the consent. He agreed to do that, which he did. He also signed the form, dated the form 11/20/2018 at 9:50 a.m. I placed my signature on the form along with the date, and so did Detective Christopher Brady of the Ocean Township Police Department.
Now, can you tell us who actually conducted the search on November 20th, 2018 of the Porsche McCann?
Detective Nicholas Catalona, he works in the prosecutor's office in the forensic bureau.
Okay, were you present?
Yes, I was.
Was Detective Brady present?
Yes, he was.
And what was the search of the McCann? Can you tell us what happened?
Sure. The primary reason for the search was to determine whether or not fire had extended and damaged inside the engine compartment of the vehicle. As I previously explained, there were burn patterns on the outside of the car. So if you're looking at the car on the hood area, there appeared to be like brown color staining, which was indicative that there could have been something poured on the vehicle. We wanted to make sure.
Yes. Now, coincidence of coincidences, the only Porsche that was targeted because the family leased 3 was the same Porsche that was seen driving to Keith's house the night of the crime.
Sure, nothing burned into the engine compartment. The vehicle, the engine compartment was examined and also photographed by Detective Catalona.
Was anything taken from the vehicle that day, November 20th, 2018?
No.
Was anything later taken from that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, were you made aware that Ocean Township police officers prior to your arrival had identified a DVR of Mr. Caneiro's residence?
Yes, I was.
Now, as a result of that, did you, at some point that morning, did you, Detective Brady, did you approach Mr. Caneiro again about the potential for consent to the search of the DVR?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where did that conversation occur?
In front of his home.
I want to show you what's been marked as S94 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is it?
This is a Monmouth County Uniform Consent to Search form that I completed and reviewed with Mr. Caneiro.
Is that? I'm sorry.
Regarding the request to search his QC 8-channel DVR system in his home.
Okay. And is that a standard form?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Have you used that form prior to November 20th, 2018?
Yes, many times.
You used it afterwards?
I have, yes.
Okay. Now, was that form explained to Mr. Caneiro in a manner that was similar to the way that the consent to search for the vehicle was explained to him?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And did you, even though you had already read him that form that day, did you read it to him again one by one?
I did. I followed the same process that I just explained regarding the consent to search of his vehicle.
And are there places on that form where he actually placed his initials?
Yes.
And what does that represent?
That he provided his consent for us to search the DVR system.
And the reason the state is going through these so thoroughly is there was actually an interlocutory or an actual appeal that the defense put in place pre-trial to have the appeals court look at Keith Caneiro's statements that he made that day and he gave to police because there were allegations that his rights were violated constitutionally, that he was, talked to without the presence of a lawyer when he asked for it, that he wasn't, that certain, privileges like changing his clothes and things like that were leveraged to against him, like he wasn't allowed to leave or change until he gave a statement. Now, the appellate court looked very closely at this and decided that Paul gave his statements of his own free will. His constitutional rights were not violated. So most every statement that he gave that day is going to be coming in.
as you go through it and he puts initial on it, does it indicate that he understands as well?
Yes, he does.
Now, ultimately, was that form, what's the S number on there? I'm sorry, Captain?
S94.
94.
S94. Was that ultimately signed by yourself
Yes, it was.
and by Detective Brady
It was, yes.
and by Mr. Caneiro?
Correct.
Okay. And later, did you, or after that occurred, did you ultimately get possession of the DVR?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where did you take it?
Detective Nicholas Catalona from our forensic bureau had provided me with the DVR.
And did you take it anywhere ultimately?
I did. I transported it to the Ocean Township Police Department.
Okay. Now, upon arrival, or during the course of your time at the scene on November 20th, 2018, did you make like 360 observations of the home
I did, yes.
on the exterior?
Yes.
Okay. And did you at any point in time look for, or did anyone identify or point out any cameras on the exterior of the home?
Yes, both. I was told that there was cameras on the home, and I also observed them myself.
Okay. We'll get there in a bit, but just as far as if you could just give us a summary of what cameras you ultimately identified during the course of your investigation at 27 Tilton.
Sure. What cameras did I identify that morning?
No, which cameras total?
Oh, okay. So there were 8 cameras at 27 Tilton Drive. There were 5 cameras that were supported by the QC DVR that we just discussed, that Mr. Caneiro provided consent to search for. 4 of the cameras were affixed to the outside of his home in the garage area. 1 camera was located in the garage of Mr. Caneiro's home. There was a Ring doorbell camera affixed to the front of the house. If you're facing the front door, it was to the right of the door. And there was ultimately determined to be 2 Google Nest cameras in the basement area of the residence as well.
Okay. Now, once you got possession of the QC DVR from Detective Catalona, did you ultimately, I'm sorry if you said it, did you ultimately go to the police department in Ocean Township?
Yes, I did.
And were efforts made to search or to access the DVR system?
Yes, I had made contact with Detective Scott Valenti of our electronic surveillance unit and requested that he respond to the Ocean Township Police Department to assist us with gaining access to the DVR system.
Okay, was access ultimately gained?
Yes, it was.
Just going to approach with what's the mark is S272 DVR. Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
This is a CDR containing the DVR footage from 27 Tilton Drive.
Have you reviewed, did you review some of the footage on there that day in the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed the contents of those recordings?
Now, this will be interesting because Paul claimed that he was having a lot of trouble with his security system and allegedly had a service ticket or complaint in with one of the service providers.
Thereafter?
Yes, many times.
Now, if I could go to the fact table here. One notch, just. Now, Captain, can you tell us if you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted on the screen right now?
That is an image of the QC camera that is located within Paul Caneiro's garage at 27 Tilton Drive.
Is there a time on there?
Yes, there is.
Okay, what's the time?
So the time is 2:28:01 on November 20th, 2018.
Okay. Now, during the course of your initial review at the Ocean Township Police Department, were you able to determine the accuracy of that time?
Yes. The first thing that we did once we accessed the DVR was to determine whether or not the time and date stamp on the DVR was accurate to real time.
Okay. And what did you determine in that regard?
We determined that the DVR was 1 hour fast. So the screen was reporting 2:28:01. The actual time was 1:28:01.
Now, at this point in time, I would like to play the video through.
Ew. No one needs to see Paul shirtless disabling his own security camera. We were not prepared for this, and I feel like we should have been offered, at least in theory, emotional support. Or at least a palate cleanser.
Now, I just want to play it again. I'm going to ask if we could pause it at a particular time. So if we play that again, we're going to pause at 2:28:20, approximately. Detective, is there a change in the video right now?
Yes, lights or a light came on inside the garage.
Did anything else become visible in the garage when that happened?
Yes, there is a vehicle parked in the one of the bays of the garage.
Did you later ascertain the identity of that vehicle?
Yes, I did. That is a Porsche Cayenne. That vehicle was registered to Susan Caneiro, who is Paul Caneiro's wife.
Now, when you got to the scene at 27 Tilton that morning, was the vehicle in the garage?
No, it wasn't.
Where was it?
Mr. Caneiro had advised that when he and his family left the home due to the discovery of the fire, he pulled the Porsche Cayenne out of the garage and relocated it to the street so that he and his family could remain there until the police and fire personnel arrived.
Okay. And did you ultimately make
What? Yeah, that makes no sense.
observations of the vehicle on Tilton Drive that morning?
Yes, I did. Paul, his wife Susan, and their two daughters were inside the vehicle while the police and the fighters were on scene.
Okay, I'm going to continue playing and pause at approximately 2:28:30. What happened there, Detective?
An individual appears on the lower portion of the camera frame.
Now, you can continue playing to the end. Now, Captain Weisbrot, to be clear, what happens at approximately 2:28:35 in that video clip?
The screen immediately goes black.
Did you learn what happened?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
DVR system was turned off.
Oh, Major Mom. No, his go bag is going to be in that car that was in the garage, containing bonds, his passport, like credit cards. Yeah, he had his go bag.
Okay. Now, at any point during your review on November 20th, 2018, did you determine whether the DVR was operational for a period of time prior to the fire being reported?
Yes, while reviewing the data contained on the DVR that was stored on the device, we determined that the DVR was operational without interruption dating back to October 27th of 2018.
Now, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions regarding the layout of the video. Now, that garage at 27 Tilton, is it attached or detached?
It's an attached garage.
Now, do you recall whether or not the inside of that garage was photographed by the forensics unit during the investigation into the fire?
Yes, it was.
And we've seen the photo, we'll see it again, so I'm going to skip through the photo. Now, actually, can I have S1A? Sorry. Could I have slide 120, please? The best one there. Now, show. Captain, did you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that show?
This is a photograph of the garage at 27 Tilton Drive.
Do you see the camera in the garage?
Yes, I do.
Okay, where is it?
It's mounted on the wall, so it'll be the far back wall that's adjacent to the interior of the home. It's mounted above Gladiator metal storage cabinets, just above and to the right of the refrigerator.
There's a stylus up there. Could you just circle where the camera is?
Sure.
Please. Okay. Can we preserve that, please?
This will be 120.1.
Sir, we have talked about you sniffing people's hair.
Captain, there's a button on the bottom of the screen that says undo, if you can see that.
Yes.
Can you just hit that until the circle goes away? Thank you. Can I have slide 62, please?
not the printer. We've talked about it.
Do you
It
recognize
doesn't love you
that
back.
picture?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the kitchen area inside 27 Tilton Drive. And you can see the camera angle is facing towards the north. So through that open door is a mudroom. And then you can see there's another open door that leads into the garage area of the residence.
Okay, can I have slide 63 of S1A? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a piece of furniture with some clothing and shoes inside the mudroom area of the residence at 27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. And can I have slide 64, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes. This is also a photograph of the mudroom. To the left is the left door. You can see the kitchen area. That right door, which is white in color, leads to the garage, and obviously straight ahead is the bathroom.
Okay. So if you basically to the right of where we see that door is the garage.
That's correct.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about the home also having some Nest cameras.
Yes.
Now, that Nest is a brand, correct?
Yeah. Google Nest.
Sorry?
Google Nest.
Now, were you able, during the course of your investigation, to determine whether those cameras continued to be operational after the time of the fire, or after the time frame of the video we just watched? Bad question. The way you're looking at me, I'm going to ask you again. Did you have the opportunity to determine whether or not the Nest cameras in the house were operational after the time frame of the video we just watched from the garage?
So they were not operational at the time of the fire.
Now, I would like to show you what has been marked as S274 for identification. Just going to show you first what's been marked as 273 for identification. If you need a little light, I can. Do you want light?
I can see. I'm fine. Thank you.
Good. Okay, and what is that?
This is an email that we had recovered. It's dated November 20th, 2018 at 1:42 a.m.
Okay. And where does it come from?
The email arrived from notifications@nest.com and was delivered via email to pcaneiro@me.com.
Now, does that fairly and accurately depict the email that you ultimately located during the course of this investigation?
Yes, it does.
Now, if I may publish S273?
Any objection?
Can we just approach quickly?
Sure.
Oh, good Lord, don't give this defense a chance to go up there and talk at the judge. Sir, again, the printer said no. No means no. You've been banished for non-consensual Xeroxing, whatever you're trying to do.
You can publish it.
So, do you see on the screen that email?
I do.
Okay. Now, you read where it came from and where it went to already, correct?
Yes, that what's published is a different email than the one that I have up here.
Oh. I'm sorry. I read 273 because I'm holding it. Can I have S274 on the screen? Sort of start here. Okay. Sorry. Is what you have in front of you the same as what's on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, what does the body of the email say?
Heads up, your basement, parentheses, work area, camera in 27 Tilton Drive is offline. It disconnected at 1:31 a.m. It might be because of an electrical outage, someone unplugging the camera, or a bad internet connection. Here's the last thing your camera saw.
And is there a photo there?
Yes, there is.
Why is this a trial? Why are we here? Paul, why did you not take a plea deal? Holy Fladzolis, Thor. Yes, I love you very much too. Oh my God. They caught him unplugging the damn camera. How is this a trial? Why is the defense? Is this why the defense isn't even trying? Is this why they sent not even the JV team, the short bus team? Thor, yes.
During the course of your investigation, were you ever in the basement of 27 Tilden Drive?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so did you make observations of the entirety of the basement?
Yes, I did.
Now, this area that's depicted in the last thing the camera saw, do you know where that area is in the basement?
I do, yes.
Okay, where is it?
That is on the eastern side of the basement. The basement, if you divide the basement in half was finished, half was unfinished. The eastern side of the basement was unfinished. And
Also, coincidentally, the part of the basement that happened to have all of the stuff that was on fire, the criminal conspirators that are trying to conspiratize against Paul kindly started the fire on the unfinished side of the basement. Isn't that nice?
this is a photograph capturing an individual standing in front in the basement on the unfinished side of the residence basement.
And are you aware of any evidential items were seized from the area depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I am.
And just generally speaking, what are they?
There were numerous firearms and an assortment of ammunition seized from this area. Several handguns located in or around the workbench that's depicted in that image were later submitted to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit for analysis.
Okay. Just one quick question. I'm going to approach issue of question. Within that photograph, there's an area down here that I'm pointing to. Do you see that?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a metal storage locker that's perforated, meaning it has essentially cuts into the cabinet so you can see the contents inside.
Okay, is that in the background of that photo?
Yes, it is.
Middle of the top of the photo?
Correct.
Okay, was there another Nest camera that went offline in the basement that morning?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Do you know where that was, generally?
Yes, that was also in the in the basement.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as S273 this time.
The other one was 274?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
That's okay, 274. Now this is 273. Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And what is it?
This is a image captured from the Nest camera, the second Nest camera that's in the basement. This camera is also located in the unfinished area of the basement, so that would be the east side of the basement.
Can I have S273, please, published? If there's... Okay, so on the screen right now, is that what you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is that the same email?
Yes, it is.
And what does that email say in the body?
So this email was received from notifications at nest.com. It was sent to P. Caneiro at me.com. And the email states, heads up, your basement, parentheses, entry and doors to work area, camera in 27 Tilton Drive is offline. It disconnected at 1:31 a.m. It might be because of an electrical outage, someone unplugging the camera, or a bad internet connection. Here's the last thing your camera saw.
And is there a photo there?
There is, yes.
Now that photo, do you know where that's from, that area?
Yes, I do. That's from the unfinished section of the basement. If you look to the right of that photograph, you'll see a set of doors. If you make a right through those doors, that brings you to the finished section of the basement.
Now, just want to show you from S1A, slide 91.
No, I'm...
Captain, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the unfinished section of the basement that we just discussed, obviously post-fire.
Okay. Now, you talked about a storage locker earlier, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you see it in that photograph?
I do. It's essentially in the center of the photograph. It's perforated so you can see through it and has a padlock. It's gray in color.
The view that we're looking at here, is that the same or substantially similar to the view that is depicted in the email from S274?
That is essentially the same view. The workbench that I had mentioned earlier is to the left, and that photograph is essentially pointing to the north if you're in the basement.
Could I have slide 104?
No idea. Not one clue. Let me make sure audio is right. Thor, would you
In the course of is that the way it looked on November 20th and ensuing days?
Yes, it does.
Now, can I have slide 109 if that's one, please? Is that essentially the same area, different, a little bit closer up, I guess?
Yes.
Can I have slide 110? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what's that?
This is also a photograph from the unfinished section of the basement. It's just taken from a different angle. If you look to the top left, you'll see that window well that we I just mentioned. You can see the fire debris on the floor and the fire hoses, obviously, that are draped coming from the outside.
Well, you know what? We might actually be at a time where we're going to call it for today. We've gotten through a good bit of the morning on day 6. So tomorrow we will probably do days 6 and 7, or possibly tonight. Maybe it is that Mr. Mo is having to do some schoolwork and the kids have to do e-learning. And I have been on for a good bit today. So They have kindly let me use a lot of bandwidth in order to have me not yell at them to do chores. But I probably need to go help with some kind of plan for dinner. So thank you guys so much for joining on the Petty Express. Let me see who is on to send you guys off to. We might actually catch up, you know, tomorrow, depending on how quickly we get through certain things, or if I'm feeling froggy and decide to stream again tonight. That I don't know. Looks like no, this is already gone. Okay, well, it looks like Lawyer You Know is scheduled. He should be live. It's the 27th. My brain says yes. All right, so I'm sending you over to Lawyer You Know. He is talking about the Karen Reed case. He and Baker and everyone else in humanity on LawTube knows more about the Hales and Karen Reed than I do. I kind of have sidestepped those cases, so holy fazoli, I have no idea what's going on with those, but Lawyer You Know, Baker, and a bunch of other people know all about those. So have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for hanging out with me on the Petty Express as we use sarcasm, snark, and dark humor to deal with the, well, ugly bits of humanity that trials can bring out, but also to make fun of just about everyone, but never the victims, and to give you the facts of the case without having to sit through it live. So I will see you later as your conductress of this hot mess, the Petty Express. Bye, guys. If it lets me finish it.